to the council chair of UCT, Advocate Aransa. I don't know who will be, whoever's going to be presenting, or if there's someone you'd like to delegate to come and shift the slides, they can come and sit next to us. I think that's the best option that we have. So whoever from UCT will be shifting the slides is more than welcome to come and sit next to me on my right-hand side. But over to you, Advocate Aransa.
That one. Yeah. Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable members of the committee. The DG and his delegation, officials from the department, colleagues from other higher education institutions. It's a pleasure to be here, Comrade Chair. Also my comrades from the unions who are here today. We look forward to this meeting and a constructive engagement on this critically important matter which you've already mentioned in your opening address. We are here to assist the committee and everyone else who are concerned about what's happening at our institution and other institutions to find solutions. A lot of public money, taxpayers' money is spent at these institutions, and this committee is duty-bound to inquire and investigate into matters where they appear to go wrong. As council members, we also have a fiduciary duty which is spelled out to us in the Higher Education Act, our own UCT statute, to act in the best interests of the university. Madam Chair, I am assisted here today by by the interim chair, Emeritus Professor Reddy on my right. Next to you there's Mukta Parker, is the acting COO. We have DVC Elawani Ramagunda on that side, Sue Harrison over there, and Linda Ronnie. Our registrar, Royston Pillay on that side. Vincent Matolo, our CFO, is on my left, and Risa Isaacs, who's the chair of the Finance Committee, is on his left. Deputy chair is Malcolm Campbell at the back. So that's our delegation. We've been asked to focus on finance. I'm going to focus on the first three, and I'm going to ask, with your leave, that Daya Reddy does the overview on teaching, the overview on our finances. Chair, just by way of introduction background, UCT is a massive institution, and it's a big challenge to serve on council and to take, because that's the highest decision-making body, to take composed of different constituencies. We've represented in institutional by the students. So I don't need to tell you that an institution where there's often a lot of contestation of ideas, because of course there's a lot of academics and contestation. Not unusual that in any meeting, committee meeting or council meeting, there'd be exchanges, often robust, and one would, in fact, UCT, all our other higher education institutions stand for academic freedom, so people must be free to express themselves. It's a big institution, a budget of 5 billion, which this year we may, and Vint will explain that. It's an institution that I'm sure it's widely known, is ranked first in Africa and has a high standing internationally. Council has not had a meeting, despite various challenges and issues which you want to hear about. During the term of the former VC, presided over by the former chair, meetings were held, they were fully quorate, decisions were taken, all our committees are working, the teaching, learning and research project, which is at the heart of what any higher education institution does, that has not been impacted. Students, undergraduates have graduated, postgraduates, doctoral theses and PhDs have been completed and awarded, conferred. So for all intents and purposes, the University of Cape Town is, but that of course doesn't blind us from issues that have arisen on council and issues that are currently pending. There's the independent panel, which was established, but the appointments were finalized at the end of January 23. By my predecessor, Babalwa Konyama, she was in the chair. The former VC was in her position when those were taken. The panel that has been charged with inquiring into governance challenges at the institution as a terms of reference that comes from council, that, and it precedes me, but if anyone, I think the deputy chair, he was either deputy chair or maybe acting chair, so he can speak with some more authority on that. But the terms of reference was discussed in council, fully debated, and was sent to the panel, and has also been amended, and the panel is currently sitting. July, they approached council for an extension. They gave reasons. We discussed those reasons. We agreed with the reasons, and as you know, ma'am, not easy to disagree with a former president of the Supreme Court of Appeal and another former judge of appeal if they say these are reasons. So we really had little choice, although we had actually sent a council subcommittee to engage with them, not on the merits of what they were doing, but on the urgency of getting the report In fact, the delay in getting the report now has also affected PwC signing off on our annual financial statements and the annual report, despite the fact, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, despite the fact that our finances are clean, they've been approved by the Finance Committee, they've been approved by the Audit and Risk Committee, and has been cleared by an internal audit, and has been approved by Council. They say no, they can't sign off this annual report because they need to await the report of the panel. They've written to the panel, asking some questions. The panel has now on 2 occasions already responded to them and made it clear to them that their terms of reference does not impact on the financial situation at UCT at all. They're not there to investigate any financial irregularities, and the report is not going to be of little assistance to PwC. But PwC is now saying they're waiting to hear whether there were any breaches of any laws or statutes and things like that, because they say the audit of a higher education institution is different from an audit you conduct at a company, and that they're also accountable to the Auditor General. So that's the reason for the delay. Now, the panel asked for an extension until mid-October, and we were unhappy with it unanimously on Council, and we then said we would like the report no later than 30 September. And of course, once we get that report, we'll have to obviously take it seriously, debate it seriously, and deal with whatever findings and recommendations there are, and of course share it with the committee now, and with the Minister and with the. We know that there is an attempt to interdict the publication and distribution of the report. Council, have we already debated it, or is it only tomorrow night? It's tomorrow. Yeah, we are actually, I've called for a special council meeting for tomorrow night, where that demand is going to be discussed, and a resolution will be adopted. Most likely that we do not accept it. It's important not only for UCT, but important for yourselves, for the department, and for everybody concerned, that report be publicized and distributed to, obviously, to the parties that are entitled to it as soon as possible, and that we hear what the committee has to say. Now, that committee had also published an interim report in May. Now, what is important is that by May, our former VC, Amkheti, she had left, and that was in March, although she still served as a full professor in the education department, and I think left finally the beginning of April. And of course, at that time, Babalwa was still in the chair. She left. This is the former VC, in terms of an agreement that was signed between her and the university. In terms of how that took place in the background, if you, Chair, or members of the committee wish to inquire about that, I'll ask my deputy, Malcolm Campbell, because he was wasn't on council at the time. Our own So, but apparently the part, there was a mediation, there were negotiations, and finally there was an agreement, and also a non-disclosure agreement. As far as I am aware, and in my inquiries to people on this team and other people, the university has kept its side of the bargain. Some details of this agreement has been leaked or in the media, in the press, and we don't take responsibility for that. So in my time, I've advised some committees in Parliament and the legal section about the Parliamentary Privileges Act and taking an oath and so on. But you know, I'm not aware. I haven't seen the agreement myself, so I'm not in a position to respond to any detail. So that was in March, April, our former VC, and then subsequently the panel had issued a report. I think it was on the 17th of May, an interim report. Chair, you and the honourable committee members, you've got that report, and that report again was made public in court papers by my predecessor, and therefore court, and it becomes a public document, and you've got that document. So this report said some things about my predecessor, and subsequently she resigned. I think at the subsequent meeting, her resignation was accepted. So, Chair, also for the other contributions.
For the entire prison.
Oh, for the entire prison. So I think in of vacancies, Honourable Chair, where there have been resignations, the vacancies have been filled. I myself and Mr. Isaacs here, who's now the chair of the Finance Committee, we were appointed into the vacancies. There's only one vacancy left, which the Appointments Committee is attending to. I'm obviously in the position of the chair, has also taken up his position. We're also facing a challenge, by the way, from a previous deputy chair. That is also the Professor Reddy next to me is obviously filling in as VC in the interim, but we have now started the process of filling the vacancy. And as you know, and as the department knows, it's a lengthy process. A lot of people on the selection committee, so that has started, and I think the selection committee is to see before the term of this council ends, which is by the 30th of June 2024 of this year. In terms of management positions, Madam Chair, that are currently vacant, they've been filled. We have here today, as I pointed out earlier, Deputy VC for Teaching and Learning, Professor Linda Ronnie, on my left at the back. The COO acting is Mr. Mukta Parker, next to you on the right. The Executive Director, HR, Bongani Ndaba, is not here, but the process for his appointment was well advanced, but Council acted on a recommendation of the panel that senior executive appointments not be filled until save for I think one or two vacancies where the process was underway. For example, DVC, teaching and learning, that process was underway. Then the Dean of Science is also acting. So, Chair, I've tried to summarize what's on the screen and in our presentation. I obviously accept that you and the committee have read our presentation, so I'm not going to repeat it. I'm with your leave, Chair, I'll ask Emeritus Professor Reddy to deal with an overview of teaching and learning, and thereafter Vincent Matola, as CFO on the finances. Thank you very much.
Chair, Ms. Mbadulo Kachwa, Honourable Portfolio Committee members, and members, delegations from UCT and our fellow universities. I will highlight so closely related. I won't go through these slides one at a time. So first of all, there have been from load shedding. We've had the challenges of load shedding. Then it was not too bad, and we had some serious challenges earlier in the year. There was also there were also the difficulties, the complexities of returning to class following COVID, managing all of that. And of course, we've had from time to time protest action. But nevertheless, in spite of these challenges, the academic programs have gone, we completed the academic year at the end of last year, 2022. We completed the first semester in June of this year. We've had over 7,000 graduates for 2022, and coming to this year's graduation ceremonies last July, we had 105 PhDs graduate. That was a ceremony dedicated to PhDs only. We had, I should say, 90,000 applications for places at UCT, so there remains healthy interest and a keenness as a student. We have around 29,000 students, which is where we would like to be more. Yes, our size and shape plan sets a goal of 30,000. What is the split? Undergraduate to postgraduate, we have a 60-40 undergraduate to postgraduate split, which is consistent with our vision and objectives as a research-intensive university. And so that's what the split is, roughly speaking, at the moment. Of course, colleagues at universities elsewhere around the world, we are getting to grips with opportunities and challenges, for example, that come from artificial intelligence, GPT, and so on. What are the opportunities that it presents? What should be, or what is the impact on our teaching programs? What should we place to ensure that teaching and learning can take place effectively, that ChatGPT would weigh? So that's a matter that is enjoying considerable attention. I'd like to say just a few words about research, because we regard ourselves as a research-intensive institution. That's reflected not only in our research, but also in the way in which we go about our teaching activities. We have the highest number of A-rated researchers. These are researchers who are regarded as leaders, world leaders in their field. That's at 32 out of around 450, and we have 450 researchers who are rated across the categories A, B, C, and so on. 38 SACHI chairs, South African Research Chairs Initiative chairs, 38, which is around 18% of the national total. And then with regard to our activities, our place in Africa, and our collaborations and so on, we're an active member of the Alliance of Research Universities in Africa, which I have to say is an extremely active and energetic alliance, which amongst other things has just gotten off the ground some 17 research excellence clusters. These are collaborative research clusters involving African universities and researchers at universities at various European universities, in various European countries, very well funded by the European Union and others. So that is going very well. And as I indicated, it, in a sense, gives substance to our seriousness about engaging and being very much a part of Africa, not simply a university. I should say that there are other South African universities who are part of the Arua Alliance as well, of some 16 universities altogether. I'd just like to conclude my section, Chair, by indicating that, all of this, in a sense, comes together in UCT having and maintaining a ranking as the top university in Africa. It is also ranked, well, between, let's say, 160 and 250 in the world, depending on the ranking system. There are quite a few ranking systems that are in place. And these rankings are based on parameters such as, of course, our research, our publications, the employability of our graduates, the perceptions and opinions of our alumni, and so on. We have a very high ranking in particular areas, and it's indicated in the slides there. For example, we are, with regard to particular disciplines or subjects, we are in the top 10 in the world in development studies, and we are 24th in the world in environmental sciences and also in infectious diseases. And there are quite a few other rankings that are indicated in the slides. For example, with regard to the Sustainable Development Goals, again, we have very healthy rankings across a number, I would say most of those goals. Chair, in the interest of time, I will stop here and hand over to our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Vincent Vatola, to present some of the financial details of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, the DG, and delegates from the department, colleagues and the members of SRC, good morning. I have been tasked to speak about the overview of the finances at the university, and our Chair of Council has indicated that the university has a strong balance sheet with the total assets of just over 14 billion rand. Having said that, operationally as a university, we are facing financial challenges. And these financial challenges, Honorable Chair, are attributable to a number of factors. Key to them, it's the declining top line. Largely, our top line is made up of subsidies and fees. We know how government is constrained in terms of subsidies, and we've seen that decline over the years. So that raises a great concern for us, and also the fees not keeping up with the inflation. When you look at our costs, the costs are at inflation. So we have a mismatch between our top line and our costs. Largely attributable to our costs, we have staffing costs that make up 68% of our costs, raising some concerns in terms of our sustainability as a university. In addition to that, there has been introduction by NSFAS when it comes to accommodation and the cap that comes with that. As a university for the 2023, we've decided to underwrite the difference. That difference results into about 177 million rands. As a result, we tabled a budget which was approved by Council for 2023, being for this year, of just over 288 million deficit. So of a great concern to us that we find ourselves here because we have to use our cash reserves in order to fund that. The projection for 2023, though, as Chair of Council has said, is that it will result in a deficit of just over 300 million. Attributable factors to that include load shedding and protecting the academic project. And there are some other unbudgeted costs that we have seen. Having said that, Honorable Chair, as a university, we mindful of these challenges and have, as a result, developed a comprehensive multi-year financial sustainability plan. The plan is to mitigate the risk in relation to what we're facing financially. Largely looking at the top line that I have spoken to, we're looking at areas in terms of addressing our enrollment challenges. In addition to that is that we have to look at our throughputs, and we'll be putting initiatives to support our student success because that's key in terms of our enrollments as well as for our subsidies. In addition to that, we, as the VC has spoken about how the university and its academic standing is that it's for us to expand on our core business of teaching and learning and research and thinking about other opportunities that may exist in the form of online teaching, shortlist micro-credentials as a university. In order to realize this, we understand that we need to address also the root cause of the problem, and that would include comprehensive review of our processes and operations. The intention with that, it's really to identify where inefficiencies exist and optimizing our infrastructure as well as a university. And in addition to that, it's really we want our students to have a better experience at UCT. And in addition is that with all of that, and for us to come out of the challenges that we're facing, is to ensure that there is compliance and accountability in the work that we do. The executive of the university, working together with the council, is very determined, Honorable Chair, in addressing these issues and making sure that as a university we become financially sustainable, given the role that we play in society and in our continent. Thank you.
All right, that would have been the last of your colleagues. I don't know if you have any concluding remarks, Chair.
Ma'am, I thank you, Comrade Chair, and honourable members of the committee. Yeah, we obviously expect some comments and questions from you and from the committee, but I think what you would have heard, and I think this is very important, is that we have a fully functional university with huge responsibilities that have been managed and are being managed responsibly and in accordance with our fiduciary functions. everything is working. And of course, yes, the committee and others, the public would want to know. They're not happy to hear when there's disruptions and unhappiness at such an important institutions. But we are, without hiding behind it, awaiting the report of an independent panel with 2 senior judges on it. Whistleblowers, all interested parties were all invited by the panel to come and give evidence. In fact, the delay, as I understand it, Honourable Chairperson, was that there appeared to be a late rush of witnesses, and that caused, and apparently, so we were told, we don't know, that some of these witnesses had quite important information to share with them, and that resulted in the delay. So we await, like you, very anxiously for the report, and once we get it, we'll be quite happy to engage First Council on it, and then, if needs be, to come here again to analyze it and to discuss it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the council and the management of UCT. Mr. Parker, you can go. I'd now like to hand over, so ideally we should be handing over to students. And SRC here now? No. All right. It's very odd, colleagues. It's an experience that I don't think we've had. Perhaps late, perhaps don't have a presentation, perhaps wants to leave earlier, network challenges. I think those are the kind of challenges we've sort of had, or experiences we've had with the student representative councils, but often students do want to find themselves here. In fact, usually for an institution to even arrive here, it's because of the noise that students have made. And so it's really a different experience for us not to have the SRC here, and we will need them to account. SRCs have a budget as well. That budget also comes from taxpayers' money. SRCs are a governing structure of the institution, and so we equally hold them to account. So we can't have a situation where an SRC is called to Parliament and they don't appear. It's unacceptable, without an apology also. So I am told that we have tried on our side to call. I did see an email going to Mr. Pillay last night, even saying, here's information, please make sure that the SRC gets it. So there has been deliberate communication members with the SRC, and someone will have to, I don't know, student affairs also. I'm hoping that the student affairs colleagues have a close relationship with the SRC, because they are supposed to administratively support the SRC as well. So we will have to get to the crux of why the SRC is not here. I'd like to at this point then hand over to colleagues from Labour. We did receive a joint presentation from UCT's Labour unions. However, I believe that colleagues have found a way to share the 15 minutes in a way that they can all sort of present. So I'm not going to hand over to a particular union. Colleagues will, I'm sure you've organized yourselves, so I'd like to hand over the floor to the colleagues who are representing Labour at UCT. Over to you, colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, we have consolidated a organized labor presentation. But we recognize that we have dissenting views in terms of how we see things in the institution. Now, the unions that we have at UCT are the following: is the AU, which is the Academics Union. We have DITAU, which is Democratic Transport, Logistic and Allied Workers Union. Then we have the Employees Union, and then we have NEHAU, National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union, for which I come from. But in this presentation, we consolidated what we thought is going to cover the views, in a sense that the views has been with the understanding of the different backgrounds and different saying that UCT in terms of governance is through challenges due to leadership instability, and this is where we'll have different understandings in terms of how that project itself. Some of us who are coming from the unions that have formed part of the mass democratic revolution in South Africa understand this as being in the issue in terms of formation. Now, the council has actually leading to the resignation or early retirement of the previous chancellor itself to be led by media. And many decisions that the council have made were as a result of the public broadcast of the decision that should have been taken in a confidential and protected manner. However, those decisions were not taken in such organized structure of leadership. It's been taken as a result of the influence from the media. And we also realize that there's no control in terms of the leadership that is supposed to control these processes. And as a result of that, some of the unions have taken a decision to say, in actual fact, we should be calling for the dissolution of that council, because that council does not represent the appropriate leadership in the institution. And having made that, it is a known factor that we have actually communicated that to both the council and the institute leadership. As a coalition of unions, those who supported that view. Union further demands the representation in the council, because we believe that this is the highest decision-making structure in terms of the governance of the institution. But as labor, their own in this structure. Now, we also identify some of the problems. Amongst them is the resignation of the members of council, and those resignations, we have identified a particular pattern of female members resigning and then replaced by members. Those are some of the reasons why we are saying this council is not the council that we would want to see, because this council does not represent transformation in the institution. Now, when we move to the next slide, which deals with transformation, we have identified certain key areas that relates to visible problems that seem to be identifying the lower income employees as them, and then the other highly earning employees as us, who supposedly identified to be the relevant group institution. Now, we have led the fight to get the institution was done in 2016. And we now seeing and fear for a possible reversal of that. It's our view that the first target would be low-income employees, and that will create poverty for which this democratic country has sought to fight. So now we also identify some of these things that we see as trying to reverse the gains that labor has fought to achieve. And those seem to be continuing to perpetrate this thing of us and them. Amongst our demands in our bargaining, we demand that staff promotions in terms of the past staff be equal to those of the academic staff. But it's not considered important in the institution. Past staff would not be promoted, but academic staff will do. Then we also identify certain issues that relates to operations. Amongst those, we have experienced every year the riots and we think that these riots, as much as related to what we know to have been a decision of the government to provide free education, that has not been done. And as a result, these riots continuously take place every year throughout the university, and our university is not immune from that. And we think that should be addressed by both the institution and the leadership in order to ensure that we do not face such situations moving forward. Going back to conclude, Chairperson, there's also one area that, as a result of the challenges that led to the early retirement of the previous Vice-Chancellor, we have identified certain issues that were in the public domain, that of allegations of bullying and so on, which seems to have been perpetrated as alleged by the previous Vice-Chancellor. But what surprises us is that no disciplinary processes were followed by those who alleges those bullying, whereas all of us as employees, when you allege any kind of misconduct in the institution, you'll be directed to disciplinary policy procedures. But none of these allegations were channeled that direction. But after the early retirement of the Vice-Chancellor, some of the employees who alleged this misconduct have tendered their resignations. Now, amongst those was the COO, and then the registrar. But in the midst of the new council, we have heard that the registrar has withdrawn his resignation or extended it by a year. And we've also become aware that the current interim Vice-Chancellor has got a relative relationship with the registrar. And we think that there is a conflict of interest there, for which we cannot support an institution led by relatives in the most senior positions of the organization. And we further heard that the registrar is alleged to have been offered 4 million golden handshake for him to stay and take early retirement next year. Now, there are issues of governance in the institution for which we do not agree with. And we are saying it is strongly support the view that we are holding, saying the council must be dissolved. And actually, the registrar who's been there to the council serving in that portfolio wishes should have been confirmed, who has honored his desire to resign, and it's me to the conclusion of to make their inputs if there are any. Thank you, Chair.
All right, we have 3 minutes left for Labour. So if those colleagues can make their inputs in 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add to Comrade Paul's input, we do really, as Labour, wish to know what Council is going to do with those leaks that were in the media with during the Council deliberations. It has not come forth to the university community whether there is an intention to investigate or not. So those are some of the concerns that we have. It is also worth noting that the CFO has also stated that we have a deficit budget, but it seems Council has had money to spend with the many handshakes that there have been at the university. And such the chair worth investigating as well. With regards to transformation, we wish to bring it to the committee that our composition in Senate, particularly that is constituted mainly by white professors, hampers transformation on campus. And as such, it will be also an ideal position to review such structures at the university. We spoke about the them and us on campus, where this is perpetuated by management, treating professional and administrative staff different from academics. At the moment, the university is at CCMA with the union, where the union wished to insist that the university treats all members of the university as one, while management say, we know we wish to treat you differently. Academics will negotiate with them for bargaining, and then part staff, the professional administrative support staff, will be dealt with separately. These are some of the key concerns fighting on campus with no regard and no interest from the university. And we find ourselves in and out as if we are now residents. With that note, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Any other comments?
Not much, Chair, but just they emphasize, maybe to emphasize in terms of the division within the university. I think the us and them is not only related to the academic staff and the past staff, but it's generally that there's a divide within the university in terms of its direction, right? That there is a factionalism that of us, those who believe in certain ideologies, to an extent that this has infiltrated into the highest decision-making body, which is the council. And it has distracted on its task where it is supposed to make certain decisions and follow certain procedures. I.e., I'll make an example, just one example, to show that this division of ideology of terms of the direction of the university and how law has been involved in losing the direction in towards that. That recently we have had a process where we're appointing, or recruiting rather, an executive director for HR position, which is not a new phenomenon because we have done that before. But we have had this history with the university previously when we were recruiting a DVC before, where it was deemed unappointable. But in this instance, where we are recruiting an executive director for HR position, where the process has followed to the T through the selection committee process and has passed the process, where the candidate has received a unanimous vote, 100%, without any doubt, where that has been sent to IF. IF has endorsed and seen no fault into the process, and that has been sent to the council. But because there are political differences and on the ground, where one or two unions have sent a complaint, where council then has not made a decision on that appointment, where it has followed all processes. But you would find that even on council itself, there will be divisions on processes that have been followed, that have followed through the process of the university. But the divisions will only be based on ideologies of who does this appointment serve, or who is this person likely to be ideologically aligned to. Therefore, that person will be then disregarded, even though the person has been endorsed through processes that are legitimate. And this is, and then this example I'm making, that was then referred to this independent panel. I had the chair of council saying there that people have been invited. I have personally have not received an email where I'm invited to make submissions to the panel. I think then probably if that's a commitment that has been said here, maybe it must be made public to the university, because as much as we are making submissions here, there are no submissions that have been invited publicly to that panel. And the suspicions to that panel because the Labour itself had no involvement in its scope in terms of what that panel scope would be and terms of reference. We were not party to the terms of reference of that panel. So it is very uncomfortable for us to say we will trust anything that will come out of that panel itself. Probably its legitimacy must be given confidence by inviting us publicly to make submissions, not only submissions here, but submissions internally as well, where those issues, because seemingly it seems in our eyes now, the panel itself is run from the registrar's office, right? That where those who submit directly to the registrar, and the registrar is the one who runs the panel. The registrars are the ones through the council who refer this appointment I'm talking to the panel, where the appointment had nothing that was questioned through the structures of the university. But somehow in council, because of the politics, then this matter was then referred to the panel. So we wanted to raise that point because we don't think, it's not, I wouldn't illustrate all points, but I think that point is significant on how things are playing out in terms of decision-making and leadership and governance in the university. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you so much. I gave you a little bit of the time from the SRC since they're not here. But thank you so much, colleagues, for all your inputs and for really trying your best to come with a consolidated presentation. We truly appreciate that as the committee. At this point, I'd like to then hand over to colleagues from the Institutional Forum. I believe that collective will be led by Mr. Ruston. All right. Colleagues, in our meetings, we work and we eat and, so if you do feel like you need to grab a coffee, please feel free to grab a coffee outside. Sure. ask you to shoot to slide 5.
Yeah, I put 20-minute presentation originally. So, to talk about the structure, those are all defined in the Higher Education Act as the statute of the university. This is the important one. These are the items, and these are the items of the last 2 years that we've been discussing in the institutional forum. There are many policies, important policies, fraud and corruption policies, education equity guidance, sexual inclusivity, transformation strategy. Check if the process has been followed to the letter of the policy, and then a big one which was not raised yet today. I think only the unions raised is the protest at universities in this country for the last couple of years, and that should be a worrying trend that we see. And if we're not careful, and I don't want to be, the bearer of bad news, we're going to have it again, beginning of next year. We are going to have it, because if you know a SRC, main function is to look after students. And what is the biggest problem that this country have is student is funding. And that is where the government must seriously try and work with the universities and come up with a solution for the problem. We're going to lose a lot of academic hours, days, maybe months. We're going to have students with massive debt, and we're going to have students that don't progress. And the country is going to be a lot worse off, because we're not growing our youth, and we need to grow our youth in this country. Sorry, that's wrong. So the issue that's been discussed, confidentiality, right? It was shocking in last year, especially, where you could follow what is happening, decisions being made in council while sitting nicely at home with a beer in your hand and watching your phone. That to me was shocking. And as the IF, we wrote to council to please ask them to investigate and to remediate the situation. Because the affairs of council is supposed to be confidential until the decisions are communicated via the proper channels. So that is important. Now, I know we've got members of council here, and it needs to be said. And I'm not pointing to anybody because I don't know. But the affairs of council were leaked to the media. Now, if you think about it, a logic person will say, if it's a closed meeting, how's the information getting out to the media? It could be somebody inside the meetings, spreading the information to us. Those things need to be investigated. And we have been informed by our council members that there is investigations ongoing about this matter. And we will obviously hear from the independent panel on progress in that regard. So I've mentioned those things. So yeah, we looked at the appointments, and I think the unions mentioned this, the non-appointment of the Dean of Science or the Executive Director of Human Resources. And those process reports came through to the IF, and we looked at whether the process was followed properly, and we gave the stamp of approval that the process was followed properly. here's the problem. We never heard back what happened, what transpired, why were these appointments not made. As the IF, a statutory body, the statutory body is being, or was ignored about this. We were asked to say, check whether the process is proper, which we did, as the IF, with these many differing views. We validated the process. We never got the response back from council. And that is in one of our recommendations, that council should really work on a better communication strategy with the IF, because we are the same as council, a statutory body. I mentioned the student protests, and the university has done a lot in terms of providing additional funding for student bursaries. And the university, as Vincent has mentioned succinctly, is in a crisis at the moment. We're shorting money. I think it was 200 or 300 million, if I'm not mistaken. And that's a concern to the IF. It's a concern to the unions. We do not want to hear about retrenchments or, sending people on early retirement. It's a problem. Those are things that we need to look into and try and find solutions for. So I just want to skip past the student, because there's been said a lot about that. You guys have the slides. Please read through it. There's a lot of talk about how much money we are owed. And just the one item I actually wanted to highlight is that we actually have a student that owes the university R500,000. Now, to me, I can't see us ever recouping that money. And I can't see that student ever moving forward in life. It's a problem. So, the recommendations regarding the council, I mentioned the governance issues needs to be resolved. The independent commission needs to urgently wrap up matters and ensure that these matters are, the reports are distributed. And then a better communication strategy between council and the IF. In terms of management, there was a concern raised that communicated with or consult interim appointments. The unions are quite adamant on that. There must be some kind of, at least, communication. Actually needs to be made in a, let's call it in a hurry, where there's no, planning towards somebody retiring, passing away, or any of those kind of circumstances. And then the student fees. This is again, if I can leave the committee with one thing, and one thing that needs to be resolved, not only for UCT, but for the country, is to look at a mechanism, something that can assist students to progress, universities to be sustainable and survive, and for the country to move forward. That is sort of my wish. And I thank you, Honourable Madam Chairperson. I don't know if there's any questions from anybody.
We'll get to that now.
That's what I want.
We'll get to that right now.
Should I wait here?
No, you can go and have
I don't have a mic that side if they ask a question.
We'll make sure that you
Okay,
can.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Rustin is clearly used to chairing meetings. Exactly. He could have just stayed with me through and through. Thank you so much, Mr. Rustin, and thank you so much to all the colleagues from UCT. We're now going to shoot straight into comments, questions, and recommendations from members. Honourable Itia, is that hand like for now? You're the first person to ask. Okay, all right. So we'll start up top there. we'll go to Honorable Litie, we'll go to Honorable Pillay, Honorable Ngobo, Honorable Chachao, Honorable King, Honorable Shikwambana, Honorable Mananiso. So we'll go in a U shape. Just to say thank you to all the colleagues. DG is not in the room. He did excuse himself. He said he'll be back shortly. So DDG Sokikwa, there's a recurring matter, and because we've read the presentations from all the institutions who will be presenting today, it's not unique to UCT, but the matter of representation on council. And we've tried to quickly cross-reference what we know between the Act and statutes. And if we look at the Act, the Higher Education Act, it's quite clear, colleagues, it does afford, well, I guess, you know, with many things in this sector, everything is subject to interpretation. I mean, even what the Act says around institutional autonomy, vis-a-vis cooperative governance, vis-a-vis academic freedom. I have my own understanding of what it actually says. And others, well, when we see how VCs act sometimes, you know, you can see, or council act, you can see that we all have varying understandings of what it says. But I think the Act says that council should have about 30 members sitting on it. And part of those members could be academic employees, as well as an employee or employees other than academic employees elected by such employees of the public education institution. So in this regard, labor, those who fall within labor unions are employees, and therefore they should be represented. So what creates this disjuncture between what the Act says and what labor on the ground is feeling? Would we say that before that, who determines that employee? Who says that this is the employee from labor, from who's academic or non-academic to be sitting on that council? And I mean, we further went on to look at the statute of UCT, and it really sort of mirrors what the Act says. So why is there this feeling? And it's not unique to UCT. It's something that even reflects, I think, in Forte's presentation, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the first thing one would really need the department to help us with. There's been ongoing remarks about I'm timing myself because we said 10 minutes per member. There have been ongoing remarks about fees. So, DDG Sokikwa, Mr. Ngandela, the report on the comprehensive student funding model is important. What Mr. Ruston here said, surely if the SRC was here, listening to what the CFO was saying, it is important. I would like to know from the CFO as well what your relationship with NSFAS looks like at the institution. Do you engage often? What has been the reality of your students given the new direct payment system? You've spoken about the impact that the cap had on the institutions, so we've captured that already. And then I think on my side, so the non-disclosure agreements, I have a very, and this is something we said, colleagues, in the previous meeting that we had with the minister as well. It's very difficult, you know, respecting the privacy that and the confidentiality that one has the right to. Institutions of higher learning are public institutions. Therefore, if someone, we don't even know if, we can't even, because we don't understand why exactly this person no longer is at the institution, what exactly the agreement says. So if there have been wrongdoings by both parties, we don't even know what those wrongdoings are, and therefore we can't even correct it, not only at the institution, but across institutions. The work when we try and solve a problem in one institution, we're not always solving it for that institution alone. We're trying to ensure that a similar habit does not transcend into other institutions. So the non-disclosure agreement for me becomes so difficult at times because it's like if something wrong was done to the other, or we don't even know. So people can just go and do weird things and then na imali, sure. And whose money is that? You know, it's taxpayers' money. This is a public institution. So that for us as a committee has been of great concern. We note the other challenges around load shedding and so forth, and we would like for you to share in writing what your interventions have been in relation to that. I'd like to also have a spreadsheet that breaks down your A, B, C, and Y rated scientists, because you do indicate that you have quite a number of A rated scientists. And I personally have a problem with the fact that the makeup of our A rated scientists is a lily white boys choir. It's very discomforting for me to go and hand over awards at the NRF Awards and be handing it over to a whole lot of people who don't look like me. And so to understand the breakdown of your A, B, C, and Y rated scientists would give us an appreciation of whether or not there is progress in transforming what ultimately would be our A rated scientists. And then I think other members will cover more in relation to the independent panel. I mean, there have been some great concerns that have come out from Labour. How independent is the independent panel? You know, and I think, I think I'll save that for members to speak to. Just to also understand perhaps why the COO, those acting positions, would like to understand why some of those acting positions are there. And that you can put in writing as well. So, did people resign? Did people's terms end? Did people, you know, like that? There's a concern around communication. And I think it's the chair of council who then says there was a late rush of witnesses, which has caused the delay of the work of the independent panel. And for me, a late rush could either mean that people woke up in the end to say, actually, we have something to say, or people said, hey, let's take the risk. Maybe they were not certain on whether or not it's the best decision for them to come out and contribute to such a process for a myriad of reasons. And therefore, at the end, they said, you know what, let's just say our say. But it could also be because there's been poor communication around the work of the independent panel. And that has also been sort of articulated by Labour. I think I'll leave it at that. And then if there's anything I've left out, I'll come in the end if members haven't covered me. I see that, sorry, I keep on trying to conclude. I see that colleagues say they should be done with the report, or should have the report, or the independent panel should have concluded its work by the end of September. I don't know if mid-October would be a suitable date for us as the committee to then have access to the report. I'll be guided by you, Memutiba and Anele, either mid-October or the end of October for us to have the report. It's very important for us to put time frames, otherwise people will forever be concluding their work on the panel or forever be sending us the documents. Yeah, okay, I'm fine now. Honorable Itze.
Good morning, Chair, to yourself and all honorable members. Good morning, still morning. Good morning to UCT delegation, the department present in the room led by the DDG, Mamsokwe. Chair, Honorable Bafuze Yabo was outside, so he gave me his question. So I thought I must just clarify that I'll be speaking for myself and him as well. So time must also be considerate of that. Let's start, Chair, by reminding UCT Council and management that earlier on we conducted a taking of oath for the unions. What does that mean, Chair? Just to remind them that it means what they've said here today cannot be used against them, unnecessarily. So, you know what happens at these universities? You've got bull boy mentalities where those who are in charge of these institutions, mostly VCs and their councils, they use this borrowed power that they have of these institutions to make lives of students, make lives of workers a living hell in these institutions. So we want to warn them today that we don't want 2 months from now that Labour will be coming here and saying, I'm being targeted. And this target or this targeting started when I was there in Parliament, because that has happened before at these institutions. So I wanted to begin there, Chair, by reminding them. The second one, Chair, is that is it true that there seems to be, that show on TV called Family Feud? Is it true that there seems to exist a family arrangement between the acting VC and the registrar? Is it true? So that at least when we live here, there's no two ways about it. We're not assuming that there seems to be such a thing. Two, is it true that Council, that the register has been offered a 4 million rand handshake to live in 1 year's time? If so, take us into confidence. What would have happened there? What are the reasons behind the thinking and all of that? Taking into consideration what the CFO presented there as a negative budget for this year. Chair, seated here, you're speaking about NRF and or NRF A-rated and the awards, but seated here, the delegation of UCT itself, with all due respect, without necessarily, I'm not trying to disrespect, but it looks a little bit male and a little bit old. What is the transformation? Do we have any transformation perspective or outlook at UCT in terms of having, female, black, and young? Do we have, maybe you can give us, if not today, maybe in writing, your council. This is what your council represents in terms of all of these things, and management as well. This is what it represents. It was mentioned in the presentation that your term of office of council will end around June next year. Is it for everybody, ending at the same time? And if not, or if so, maybe you can just explain a little bit what happens there. There's also a report that the former deputy chair of council has put in a review application in court, to try and set aside your decision to remove her as a deputy chair. but you are not explaining the reasons why you have taken, or council has taken a decision to remove her. Maybe take us into confidence. What happened there? Why did you remove her? There's also an issue on the interim report on page 11. You see, Chair, I'm making a point on something they've not presented here today. I'm just responding to others who are going to deal with later that we are not reading. There are people who say that, when they are doing lectures, well, these people, they just want the report, they are not reading. So I'm just making a point that we are indeed reading. But on your the interim report on page 11, it says that in the meeting where the former chair of council, where there was a termination of the former DVC Dilanga's contract was terminated. She, in the same meeting, the VC's contract was also extended for about 5 years in the same meeting. It says here that the presence of the chair of council at the time may have violated council-approved policy for the reappointment of an incumbent DVC, and the chair of council had no authority to approach Ms. Dilang at the time. Is this the case indeed? And if so, what was the response from the former VC and the rest of council members in this regard? Who raised concerns about the alleged violation? And then maybe if you can just give us that council policy that speaks specifically about this one. The same report on page 12, it's also noted that on the 6th of October last year, that council meeting, the chair of council did not recuse herself from a discussion on the matter, even though she had personal interests. She remained in the meeting and then voted against a proposal to establish an independent panel that we are speaking about here today to investigate these matters. If this was the case, why did the rest of council members who are here continue with the meeting and allowed voting to take place if indeed that was a violation of existing policy of the institution? Maybe just to close on that point is, were the rest of other council members not aware of this conflict, of the conflict of interest in this matter? If so, why did it continue? If not, why? And maybe lastly there, did your council check with other members as well if they had conflict of interest or not, on, with all the parties concerned? Maybe lastly, Chair, because I know how is looking at me as if my time is done. Now, I was not aware that you have a stopwatch. And then on page 13 on the interim report, it notes that there are other matters pertaining to the resignation or termination of other executives. Who are these other executives? And were their contracts terminated? Was council aware of these matters? If so, what did they do to intervene? If not, why not? Thank you very much, Chair. The new timekeeper is not doing well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Litsie. Honorable Yabo? Oh,
He's saving time for the next one.
okay, that's fine. Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, and greetings to all honorable members. What was the terms of reference for the panel? And I think Chair also touched on September. But what is your plan, recommendations of this report? What is your program of action? Because September is already here. And when you receive this report, what do you have planned in terms of how that's going to be impacted? Also, who is threatening to interdict the release or publishing of this report? Because you said it's being threatened, but you didn't mention who is threatening this. And I think it's important for us to understand on what was the agreement when it came to the VC leaving. Now I'm concerned that and then the panel continued its work, preempting the findings. But for me, if this findings find that the VC was responsible for many things, I mean, really, it's a futile exercise. What are you going to do to the VC that the VC has already left and the report continued after the VC left? And then you find and you put everything onto the VC in this report. And then, really, the VC is already gone. So what is the litigation? Of money and time. I've had a panel deal with it while the VC is already gone. And it's easy to put it on her, if it is, I'm saying. And then to go to the finances. You know, there's just one line in the slide that says that you're committed to improve the financial outcome of the university. But I didn't hear how, what is the plan? I mean, you're on a 300 and something million deficit. And I've not heard anything. There isn't even an indication on any of the slides of what it is. What is the plan? How are you going to do this? I also heard you say that you've unbudgeted costs that you've identified. Please elaborate. What are the unbudgeted costs that you have identified? Because I think you've mentioned this, but just explain, maybe just tell us what your issue is and your challenge is in terms of that. Chair, in respect of the unions, and I think you've dealt with it, and my question was going to be, what is the legality around having the union included into council? And I think you have done what I was just trying to do and I couldn't find it, was trying to find where it says you can or you can't, and really there isn't. So they are part of labor and they should then be part of council, and perhaps you can tell us why it hasn't been. But I have to caution that when the union presents, especially in this platform, if your slide says demand, demands, demanded, it really gives me, it sets a bad tone, a really bad tone for having to negotiate or even discuss or even be able to find each other. I know that it's a term that you use as union, as labor force when you're demanding, but when you're coming to this kind of discussion, I think it's important for us to understand each other and to find each other. How does the council not represent transformation? And in that I want to know, what is the composition of the current council? And perhaps you need to break that down for us. I think my colleague has already mentioned about the allegations of the registrar leaving, and is there such a golden handshake? and really I think it's important to know. But there's one thing that, and I think it goes in what my colleague was saying about reading slides. The union left out a line on the last slide, which said unions to be part of procurement deals to keep management accountable. And I really wanted to understand that. How would you want to be part of procurement deals to keep the management accountable? Because really, I can't find the two. And the last one is, second last one. Has the council resolved on investigating this leaks to the media? Because I haven't heard anything, but it's come up more than once. Have you resolved on doing that? And the last one is, please tell us how the student owes 500K for what? What was the student studying? How did it get to that amount? Really, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Play. Honourable Nobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. Chairperson, I also want to touch on what Honourable Play has touched on, which is a concern that was raised by the Chair of Council, that there are some people who are trying to prevent the independent report from being publicized, one that has been finalized. And just to request more details on that and who those people are. And also, if they were to go to court to try and prevent the reports being publicized, just to check from the university if they would be willing to defend or to go to court as well to challenge those people in the interest of transparency. The second one is that the organized labor has indicated that the council is divided due to individual interest. So I just want to check from the institution if this is true and what is the source of these divisions and how these divisions affect governance and management at the institutions. Then on load shedding, I think, Chairperson, we have touched on it, but I also want to check what the impact of load shedding has been in the institution and what measures have been taken by the institutions to mitigate the impacts of load shedding to protect these projects of teaching, learning, and research. The next one is that the institutional forum has listed the agenda items for 2022-23, and one of the items was in relation to built environment for persons with disabilities. So I just want to check with the institutions if you, at the moment, have any challenges that students with disabilities are experiencing on campus, and what the institutions is doing to address those challenges. And also, if you can give us some information on the support services that you have.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nobo. Honourable Khacha.
Say, Chair, it's a bittersweet moment for me to be sitting in the as VC at UCT, and while Mayor Baba was the chair of the Finance Committee. So it's awkward altogether being here. I don't know how to feel about it. But alas, we are here. The first thing I want to say, Chairperson, is I myself am very disappointed with the presentation of the university, particularly because I think the committee was clear around what it is that we wanted to achieve in today's meeting. And so I found that a lot of content that was submitted was just, in my view, just a whole lot of communication outside exactly what it is that we expected the university to be responding to, which specifically relate with the mess, for lack of a better term, that is the Babala. But alas, and so you will see that a lot of my questions have to do with information that should have been in the presentation but isn't there. So, and I hope that the responses will be clear. Chair, firstly, with regards to the remarks made by the chairperson of council, I find it uncomfortable for me to receive, Chair, through you to the chair, that the chair would want to almost distance themselves from knowledge of information that or decisions that were taken by councils prior his now chairpersonship, given that the chair has been a member of council before currently now, if my recollection serves me well. I think the chair was the chairperson of the Naming and Buildings Committee, which also has a seat there. So, yes, 2013. Hold on, also on the point of order, chairperson.
Honorable Chair.
Oh.
Chair. Honorable Kakao.
I'm not at fault here.
No. Do try and bring your eyes towards me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that the
Chair,
problem?
you cannot have dialogue with a member.
I apologize.
All right.
Chairperson, you're also very far from my notes, so like this is very uncomfortable. I'll look at the I'll look at the finance guy. Yeah. So I'm saying particularly because and quite a lot of worries that have to do with the executive rifts within the institution and pretty much the organizational culture of the institution were there during 2013 and 2018. So I'm just uncomfortable with that. And also a chairperson takes over from their predecessors. So I could never accept a case where a chairperson wants to divorce themselves from a legacy that they've taken over the baton of. So that's just one remark. Secondly, Chair, with regards to the content on page 14 of the report that the attorneys dated on the 23rd of April, the first thing that I want to deal with was with the allegations on why there were no actions by the recommendations or positions of the Ombud. And I'm saying the 2019 report, that is, both by Ndate Pityana and the now outgone other chair, Mebabala. Particularly because when you look at the report that precedes the 2019 report, the other reports are pretty comprehensive and they give detail to the scope of work that took place. But then the 2019 report feels like more like a grievance letter or a frustration letter of somebody who's aggrieved by something. So I would like to know from the institution itself what happened between 2018, 2019 in the Ombud's office in particular, and how did that translate to there not being cooperation all of a sudden from council and the institution, cooperation that was praised the year before. So I just need to understand what happened there, what went wrong, and why is it that the quality of the report is that stark? So that history there would be important for us to also maybe understand the Ombud's role in the mess. The second issue I want to deal with is with the information that was withheld regarding VC Delanga's availability. Everybody makes reference to this, but there's never really like a clear indication. So what is this information that was withheld? Was it, be clear and specific so that we're able to also understand whether we're able to judge and assess whether this is a victimization case, whether this is a personality clash case, or what exactly is the problem there as far as DVC Delanga was concerned. I also need to understand with regards to also the reasonable steps that were supposed to be taken to deal with the rifts within the institution, again making reference to page 41. So what are these reasonable steps again? So what, according to the report, was supposed to be taken? Was there supposed to be a Kumbaya Malo session? What were they? Because if we don't get it, and then how far did you get? How far did the institution get in trying to make sure that that rift is closed? The unfair treatment, again, the specifications there on what exactly constitutes unfair treatment. Is it that Honorable Itzia gets to speak for 15 minutes when the rest of the committee speaks for 2? What is it? What is unfair treatment? Let it be clear. Also, I wasn't chucking beef there. Luckily, he's out here. So, and then also on how, when we speak about failing to hold the VC accountable, also what does that mean? What do you mean you failed to hold the VC accountable? Does it mean that when the VC came to council as a member of the council and the executive, when they were supposed to report on whatever they're supposed to report to, when they deviated, that never happened? What does that mean? Can we get clarity on that? And then also I'm very interested to know why strike the deal with the VC? I think this has been linked to some of the question that has been asked, but they've been asked in a different way. So my specific question is, why strike the deal? And I think the Deputy Finance Chair, the chairperson of Council, indicated would be able to give us that, because they were the one that were dealing with. So why? So if there's a problem, and as an institution you're saying this person who works for the institution is a problem, why give them bad course for departure? Like, it doesn't make sense. Give us that breakdown. On the institutional forum, how far are you with the agenda? One, the different agendas items that you have in terms of policies, and two, what stakeholder involvements do you have? Like, so who are the people that you work with to inform the conclusions of the policy work that is being done? The other thing that I want to hear from the unions, I mean, Chair, I think as a country, at some point we need to have a conversation around depoliticizing institutions of higher learning. Institutions are becoming captured by politics a lot, and I think this is seen mostly in, the participation of unions and the kind of outcomes that they want out of institutions. And so I mean, it's interesting also to see that Batabile no is still there at UCT pushing the Forte. Yeah, he's been there. And so, but my interest here is, so on the Senate particularly around consideration, around the what do you call transformation of the institution. It is no secret that the top academics of the institution are white, given the history of our country and who it is was able to acquire qualifications at what point, and who gets to be professor and all of those things. That's not a secret, right? But what I'm trying to get, and it's linked to something you made reference to, Chairperson, is the pool uptake. So has UCT gone out to say, when X professor leaves a particular faculty, in our advertisement of their position, have there been people of color who have applied but did not make the cut, and why did they not make the cut? Perhaps that would make us understand why is it that the composition of Senate is still as is at UCT. But secondly, what's also interesting, I have a minute and 7 seconds left. What would also be interesting to get is the same Senate that is accused of not being transformational is the same Senate that gave the green light to the appointment of the gone Chancellor, Professor Mamkheti Pakeng, in 2018. And the same Chancellor was the same Chancellor that was supported by the union present today, the union that was happy to see Max Price leave because he was not progressive enough. So I just want to understand from the union's side. So so at what point did now the favored candidate post-Praxis departure become an unsuitable person? At what point did now the person that took over Price's blue tick or adoption of an insourcing strategy that he was pushed into a corner to take, suddenly now working against reversing the gains of that insourcing and the gains of workers' rights within the institution? Like, I just don't understand all of that. And then if the institution doesn't look like us, what would you like it to look like? Like, I don't understand. Is it because, and I'm asking this particularly because we had a black vice chancellor at UCT, and she was still also not black enough and transformational enough, and was not, like, at some point, or if she wasn't to a certain extent, and then to the second extent she was the best, because I mean, we've had an institution with research units that were comprised by people that were terrorizing the institution at some point and leading the burnings and terrorism of school. So I don't understand, Chairperson, like, let it be clear what it is that the unions are referring to about what they want the depoliticization of the transformation of the school, of the university is, without capturing the school in a political manner. And perhaps DVZ Ramugondo would be great because to give some remarks, because I mean, she also led the Black Academic Caucus within the institution. So now as a DVC, her insights would be great to know. So what's missing? anything at UCT. That's it for now. I'll rest the rest to the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khakha. Those are the benefits of having someone who was there. Honorable King.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'd just like to say I welcome the fact that you're willing to share the independent panel's report with the committee for us to deliberate on. And because previously we had issues with other university councils that were not even forthcoming on giving us some of this information. I'm also going to elaborate on the fact that there was a non-disclosure agreement that was signed between the council and the previous vice-chancellor. It was also elaborated that media leaks on the agreement was in the open, and it has been alluded to that media leaks has become a challenge for council. So firstly, I just wanted to find out the procedures or processes in place to ensure that you minimize on the amount of media leaks that is out there, and because it actually impacts on the name and the brand of the institution. I'm also a bit concerned, Chairperson, when it comes to the agreement that was discussed with the previous Vice-Chancellor in terms of the terms of reference, which was changed that she should not be mentioned or her behavior and her conduct should not be mentioned in the report. To me, that is a bit of a problem because it would have given us some insight and good practice on what to do in the future with the next vice-chancellors that comes into play in terms of the behavioral management of the individual concerned, and how best then to ensure the induction include relationship building of the next vice-chancellor. So to me, to get a 12 million rand handshake and then have the audacity to say that I should not be included, whereas the independent panel's investigation was first started by this individual, is of concern. I would also like to know from the council the cost to the institution of the independent panel, how much that would be, considering we're looking at the 300 million deficit. I have been covered on a lot of stuff. Also, Chairperson, on terms of the previous ombudsman, who actually had run-ins with the previous Vice-Chancellor where she was taken to court because of the report that she handed into council. So I just wanted to know, why were there no any effort made, or if there were efforts made, what they were, to ensure that they consider the ombudsman report which was handed on the behavior, which she mentioned as one of the issues why people are exiting the institution because of the alleged bullying and the behavior and conduct of the previous Vice-Chancellor. So, also on the allegations made by unions, what I would like to get from the council is how many contracts were actually terminated before their term ends within the past year. Because allegations are now being made that the previous registrar was given a golden handshake of 4 million rand. So those are just the issues that we would like to get a proper financial idea of what it costs the institutions, and to give at least some credence to the, how would I say, the allegations that is made by the labor. I agree with my colleagues that when it comes to some labor issues, we have literally gone into an era now where we are actually politicizing the higher education space, and it then infringes on the autonomy of the institution. Speaking on the autonomy of the institution, I come to the one thing that is giving us headaches at the beginning of the year, NSFAS. Okay, so midterm now in June, there were quite a few students that were defunded. If we can just get an idea how many students were affected at UCT that were defunded. Also in terms of the accommodation cap. we know in this geographical area, 45K is not enough to ensure that students actually get proper accommodation. We've heard that you have incurred 177 million rand loss. I would call it a loss because you had to assist some of these students. And I know NSFAS mentioned at one point that I know WITS, UCT, Stellenbosch could waiver out of the 45K cap. Were you afforded that opportunity? And what were your engagement in terms of the accommodation cap or with NSFAS? I'm sorry guys, I'm just going through my notes because a lot have been asked. Okay. Then I needed to find out from you, considering that at the end of the day, we have this new interim Vice Chancellor, we've got an interim registrar, Council has got one vacancy. We've heard what Labour has been saying, students' voices are absent. How is the relationship building going on between Council, Institutional Forum, which I would assume represents some of Labour issues, and the Labour in itself? I also have an issue when Labour mentions that they would like to get involved with contracts. That would be a clear conflict of interest in my view, and clearly maybe some training is needed in that regard with supply chain management processes for the whole institution to make sure that everyone is on board. The rest, there's only two questions that I have for the DG, and that's it.
Thank you, Honourable King. Honourable Shikwambana.
Sure. No, thank you, Chair, and greetings to the honourable members and the management team of the UCT and the Department of Higher Education. Let me start by taking this opportunity, Chair, and congratulate the EFF Students Command for winning SRC elections at University of the Free State. The 13 seats out of 15, we are cruising very well. So young people are beginning to understand what needs to be done in the next year's elections. So let me start by saying I will be commenting and also in the process put some few questions there. Because my worry is one now. We were supposed to be having the SRC present here from the UCT. And the SRC are not present here. I don't understand whether the management of the SRC, how do they view that? Because when they spoke to us here, they said the institution is well functioning. And my understanding is that you cannot be well functioning when there's other part that which is actually part of the institution. And it plays a huge role because the constituency there, that which they are actually taken care of, is also taken care of by the SRC and the student representatives. And today, maybe perhaps they can tell us, do they know the reasons why the SRC are not here? Because I view it as a way of actually silently protest at the institution. You will agree with me that some last month, beginning of the month, students were on the street actually protesting. They were protesting because of some reasons of funding. Some of the questions that I had, she have actually already spoken of. I wanted to understand how many students are actually registered at the UCT. You spoke of close to 30,000, if 29,000 students registered there. And from the number, how many NSFAS students? And also above that, how many are affected by this crisis of defunding? Because that was one of the reasons why students went to the streets and protested. And again, you will agree with me that the NSFAS have actually introduced a new system of distributing funds to the students, which they call a direct payment. It's one of the issues that took students go to the streets. How is actually affecting the students of UCT? Are you comfortable with the system that which is being introduced by NSFAS? Because should those things not be dealt with, we are likely to have a huge crisis coming beginning of the year next year as we are going to register. And I can tell you now that there's already a crisis at UCT where we are seeing students silently protesting. They are not part of us here, and they were supposed to be part of us here, and we don't know why they are not here. Maybe as we go out here, we're going to find them outside there for us, because that's how the students usually do. So there's a crisis there. The issue of the former VC, how it was actually dealt with. The chairperson captured it very correct, that we cannot have a situation where there is a gentleman's agreement elsewhere, and then in that agreement, none of the public is actually afforded an opportunity to know what exactly is happening. Is finances also part of the undisclosure agreement, which were actually all of us hearing here? Because if that is the case, the taxpayers' money is also being misused like that. So we'll want to be taken into confidence and want to know what's really transpiring there. But above all, I want to know, there's a doctor. You will pardon me if I butcher the surname, by Dr. Expelled recently from, and then the understanding was that he was expelled immediately after he raised issues of the institutional racism in UCT. So I want to understand that, is that the case? That do we have institutional racism in UCT? And because the understanding is that this doctor, after he made it public, the university alleged that it's actually damaging the image of the university, and he was expelled. Can you, the council, take us into confidence then? What was the issue behind the expulsion of Dr. Diri? Again, is the institution trying to regress on the transformation policy that were actually endorsed by your own self as the UCT? Because beginning of the year, traditionally to be that at beginning of the year, students who are who cannot afford to continue studying at UCT because of that, were at least given an opportunity to register, and then so that they can continue with their studies. And as we speak now, that is no longer the case. So we want to analyze that which is actually against the transformation, which it was assisting students. The IF here presented that there's a student who's owing close to $500,000.
They said.
And then now that student, we are not sure whether is in class now, and what led to that $500,000 debt. And then I want to understand that if I owe 80,000, for example, and the next year, basically is that I won't be able to register because the institution won't allow me to register because I'm owing the institution. So if it's 80,000, it means maybe I will be outside the school for 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. So if it goes to $500,000, does that mean that 80,000, which is the each and every year, if I'm not able to pay, it goes to, it has interest. To say, this year you did not pay, then we are charging you 20% interest on top of the million. That led to $500,000 debts, because I don't understand why $500,000 debts for a student. So also above that, the city have a policy or a system in place to deal with the debt of the students. So there's a way to say, if Honorable Mandla has been owing the university, and we can see that it's not coming to the picture to pay the university, how are you actually dealing with the debt of the students, and how are you perhaps somehow able to recover the debts that the students are incurring in the process? Because it's a crisis. We cannot continue to have this type of debts students are having, and then the university does not have a system actually in place. So I just want to understand now from the council and the university itself. And again, above that, your relationship with the NSFAS. Because some institutions, they are complaining that NSFAS create problems for them. And when the NSFAS create problem for the institution, it's not the NSFAS that is going to suffer. The first person who's going to suffer is the institution, because students, before they see NSFAS, they see the institution. They'll always come and protest in the institution, ban the institution, or even get arrested as a students like that. So do you perhaps have that relationship with the NSFAS on how to deal with the issues that may directly affect the students, that may cause problems for you as the institution? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. Chair, one would want to appreciate your opening remarks, more especially with regards to the importance of this particular session. I actually acknowledge the fact that you did each one teach one, because it is important that when people come before the portfolio committee, they are able to know what is it that they are here for. An issue of oversight and accountability, it is our responsibility, constitutionally so. And I think it is important as well to note that the issue of UCT is not only about 2 female professors, but about the gains of democracy. To say we can't be regressing while we're supposed to be projecting in terms of transformational agenda. Therefore, my first question, I would start with IF, to say with what they have presented before us, what is their program of action, the detail on their roles and mandate in the institution, and what is it that they actually feel that they are not being heard by council in terms of executing those particular plans. And with what they have actually presented to us, I want to check with them on the issue of their call on senior management appointments, where they indicated they made some recommendations. So I want to check if those particular recommendations were actually adhered to, and if not, were they given reasons why with regards to those particular vacant posts. And Chairperson, I think as the portfolio committee, the institution must know that the issue of NSFAS is one of the things that makes us to not sleep every day as members of this particular portfolio committee. Because if the system fails, therefore, we are failing as public representative. You always like to say, people must take note that all of us here, we are representing the whole country. So when we speak here, we must speak on behalf of our people. So it is important that you actually give us clarity in terms of the questions that has been asked by Honorable King on the issue of defunded students, those who are still waiting for appeals to be responded as well on issues of NSFAS, and what Honorable Shikwambanev asked on the issue of NSFAS to say, can we get clarity on the status quo? Whether do you still have some pending reports from the NSFAS or yourselves in terms of reconciling your systems? Chair, I think it was so emotional when Honorable Lidia was taking a bite and a moment on the issue of oath, to say it really shows that there's a serious concern in this institution. I mean, if a person would want to be publicly known that he is taking an oath, that person is saying that I'm between life and death when I go out this particular meeting. So it really shows that whatever that was presented by the institution is the opposite. We need to actually give support to everybody, every stakeholder here, to be free and actually execute their task without fear or favor or prejudice, because of we are representing all of you. So all of you before us, we see you in one eye, not black, white, tall, short and stuff. We see you like as people who must take this country to, greater heights. So it is important that, yes, we need to give maybe time to each and every institution in terms of zooming to their particularly specific programs that we can say at least by 3 months, this one, they must be done and so on. So it is important to note, Chairperson, that I really appreciate the fact that at least you have given some way forward to say by September or October, we need to meet with them. I have a question with regards to issues of fees, on legal fees, to say how much have you spent in these investigations and reviews as an institution so far? Because of seemingly it's the day and order of dealing with issues that need management and leadership in the space. On the issue of linkages of reports of the council, I mean, Honorable King, that thing, it actually exposes people who are in charge to say that inside them there's individual interests. I mean, if you link something that can deal with the reputation and dignity of the institution, how do you do that? Unless there's a motive behind and that it's negative. So I want to know, what is it that the institution has done in terms of investigating to say who is this particular person who could have linked this particular information? Because we've got, I mean, cybersecurity system that can actually assist you to pick, to say, okay, this is Jane. This is how it has actually went through. So there's a need of getting response on how, what is it that they are doing with that. On the issue of procurement by labor, I think, Bafetu, I want to agree that, yes, it is well and good to do accountability and oversight as unions. But I want to check the realistic part of it, of unions being part of the procurement processes. What exactly do you mean about that you are not being part of procurement processes? And on the other issue, what I want to get clarity on, it's with regards to your demand to sit on some meetings. So far, did they show any appetite to be inviting you? And do you have any good story that you can tell besides the issue of you going up and down with CCMAs to say that you as the unions, you have negotiated with the council and this is how they have actually dealt with your issues? However, Chair, in this session we can note that the serious lack of cooperation, collaborations and partnership in terms of stakeholders in the institution. We take serious concern with the absence of SRC, because I mean, those are the ones who are supposed to actually get the sense in terms of what is the way forward of this particular oversight meeting, so that at least they know that we are there for them. But it's unfortunate, Honorable Shukwamban, that we are not being told why they are not here and so on. But they must know, because of this meeting, it's live, that we are very concerned, and we feel that whatever that is happening, it's actually exposing the state of affairs in the UCT. So mine is to say that colleagues, as we normally say, working together, we can do more. It really shows that there's many things that we need to do as this collective to ensure that we create the safe space. And the issue of the transformational agenda, Honorable Mkhacha, is one of the core pillars that, as this portfolio committee in this sick parliament, would want to say this is what we have made as the generation. So we are noting, unions, that that question is valid, to say how do you replace a female with a man? It's a serious cause. It's a legit question, because of we do have capable women out there who can take our institution forth. But we are here, let us work together and ensure that there's free space. And to all of you, I want to check, what is it that you think that the department was supposed to do in terms of interventions, and you've been failed by the department? Perhaps we need to know as the portfolio committee, because of we feel that some of the things that are happening is on the basis that there's no robust monitoring and evaluation by the department to yourselves. Hence, most of you, some of you feel that they own this monitoring if that it's strong. Honorable King would be doing as they please, as if they are on their own kitchen. So I submit to say that there's a need of meeting with this institution again, with everybody. Perhaps they must host us so that we can see actually what is the environment in their space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso, and to all honorable members for your comments, questions, and recommendations. I think what's coming out quite clearly is that when it comes to the work of the independent panel, we really don't understand what it's doing. The terms of reference are being questioned. The process, systemically, the process the process it's taking is being questioned. I mean, I think when the ministry came and accounted initially, and they shared with us the presentation where there were the terms of references, the initial ones, and the reviewed ones, it was very confusing to see the move from how the panel seems to have been put in place because of how the DVC was said to be unjustly removed by the previous VC. So it seemed like the person who's at fault is this VC and the chair of council. And then when they go, we don't want to look back. But the whole reason why we are here is because of them. Now you're saying people can come and give, in the reviewed terms of reference, you're saying, where's this thing? You're saying that the conduct of the former VC, which is imputable to the university, provided that the panel shall treat such evidence, blah, blah, blah. Now, so you're already engaging on the behavior of the former VC. But we're saying we must not, it's very confusing, colleagues, because we also are the type of committee that says, but you can't talk about someone and not afford them the opportunity to give their position, right? To give their account on what would have been said by those that we are saying we will not disregard their evidence. So I think we're confused on what it is exactly that we're trying to achieve through this panel. I think we are concerned by resources that we are saying are not enough, are not sufficient, yet we are using them to almost sweep things under the carpet, and inshallah, we are hoping that these things don't recur, or these sort of mishaps don't reoccur. I mean, if we don't really understand the perspective of is it Liz Langer, if we don't really understand the perspective of the former VC, if we don't really have the views of the former chair, what guide do we have to say this is the type of behavior that we don't want to see again by a VC or a chair or even the DVC? We don't know if she's innocent or not innocent. I don't know what we're trying to achieve. It's very concerning, and I get the sense that it's this non-disclosure agreement that also puts us in this situation, where we are now continuing with an independent panel that doesn't necessarily have all the components that it needs for it to be effective, so that this institution of the caliber that it is does not find itself in a similar situation. Because what we don't want, I want to caution colleagues from this notion that we should not depoliticize institutions of higher learning. A social institution of this nature is bound to be political. The mere fact that we speak about transforming the institution is a political statement. What we need to be concerned about is toxic politics, factional politics, regressive politics. But we can't, as academics, as activists ourselves, say there are spaces in society that are not political. Why esports? This Netball World Cup that we successfully hosted as a country was political. The fact that we were the first country on the African continent was political. The temperature issues, you know, there were politics of temperature, where particular countries, they say we want to train and the room must be this temperature. That in itself is political. If you're a sports person, you understand when people start speaking that language of temperature of a room, what exactly are they trying to achieve? You know, who's it too hot for, who's it too cold for? Those are politics in sports. So there is no space that won't be politicized. But we need to caution ourselves from regressive politics, politics that don't take us anywhere. Politics that get us to a point where an institution like UCT, by the way, the council is very political in the way that it does its work. I mean, we hear every day, rumors. This one is doing this one is pulling in this direction, this one is dealing with whoever. Every day we hear about rumors at UCT, rumors that we as a committee cannot entertain. Hence, we must call you into a meeting of this nature and say, explain, because we won't lead a sector through rumors. So that is of great concern as well, colleagues. So we want to be brought into confidence on what exactly it is that we're trying to achieve through this independent panel. We appreciate the fact that the nature of our sector is political. We are concerned as well about the finances that go into this instability. So when there's instability of this nature, there's lots of money that is just used for all sorts of purposes. And I think it will also be important for us to understand if there have been any legal costs that have been incurred, that the institution would have not ordinarily incurred if it didn't find itself with this type of instability within its council. Honorable Khachau asked a very critical question to say, this person was very progressive, we were all excited when, this was the trajectory the institution was taking, and all of a sudden, this candidate was just the worst decision the institution could have made. And how did we get to that? I also want to ask, does the SRC come to council meetings? And the relationship, what is the perspective of management regarding the relationship it has with council? Members are really asking for clarity in relation to labor being included on procurement sort of processes, tenders, and all of that. And they're asking this question with the utmost concern. I want to finalize by saying that the reports from the panel will be, we are concluding and saying, together with the Secretariat, my CEO, this is my CEO, Anele Kabengisi, I just chair the committee, but he's the real person that runs the show. And we've concluded that we would like to have the report sent to us by the end of October. And if you could kindly keep us updated, so if you do think there'll be a delay, just indicate that there is a bit of a delay. And I think, Mr. Pillay, you've been doing a great job at keeping us updated with how far you are in submitting, certain things. We would like a breakdown of the composition of council, and I think just generally senior management, and a demographic one, and I think, in fact, your student body as well, and that will then translate to, for example, the demographics I asked for in terms of your A-rated, P-rated, and all of those scientists. Just, I think, last one that I want to lift a bit, I think the vagueness of the report was mentioned by Honorable Khachau. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for now. Yeah. Okay, so there's been the question around the costs that go with the work that the panel is doing. So those are the questions that have been posed to colleagues. And I think that critical question, it was clear that the lack of, how do we get to a point where there was lack of cooperation? How we're going to deal with the responses is that I don't think there was much asked to the IF, but if there is something the IF would like to just share, we'll afford you 5 minutes, so we're rationing the minutes according to who we think got the most questions. I think it would be unfair to give the acting VC 5 minutes, that would be really unfair. And then we'll afford Labour 10 minutes if there's anything you'd like to respond to, particularly the clarity, I think, on that one item. And then we'll hand over 15 minutes to management. If you would have read the memo, we would have said that what you cannot get through orally now, please do submit that in writing within the next 7 working days. I'd like to guide management to say, focus on the issue around the independent panel, because that's really what brought us to UCT. I think by and large, we had confidence that the institution is running well academically in terms of your teaching and learning program. Of course, there would have always been questions around transformation. That's really at the epicenter of the committee's focus. But I don't think we question much of that. But what has really concerned us is this instability we've seen within council. And also, I think at some point the former VC did assure me that, look, what is happening in council is not affecting, and I think it was also the former chair, Usis Babala, who said that, look, in the committee, in fact, when the minister or the department was presenting last year, that what is happening from a governance perspective in council is not having an impact on the day-to-day experience of teaching and learning. But we do need that to be, we need that reassurance that that is still the case. It might not necessarily affect a student, but it might affect and create tensions within staff, within academics, and that in itself is not something we can accept, because that just speaks to the performance of our employees. So I will hand over then to Mr. Rustin, if there's anything you'd like to say from your side before we move up. Who asked the question? You asked the question. All right.
Chair, just for clarity, what I was asking was, so the policies, yes, obviously are planned for the academic year, that this is at the agenda. So I just wanted to know whether you're still on track. How far are you? Are there any delays? 1. 2, have you also encountered any instances where there are stakeholders that are specifically supposed to be engaged on the contents of the policy that were left behind, and how do you go about that? That's just all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rustin. Can I hand over to Labour?
Thanks, Chair. Through you, there was a question asked of why would unions want to be part of procurement processes, and generally, why do we wish to be part of operational matters, largely talking to a possibility of politicizing the university. And I'm glad you also did speak to it that most of universities, it is inevitable, but they end up being political. Fortunately, at our university, if I can put it that way, our core interest as Labour is that of the success of the university, so as to see the longevity and continued employment of our members. So regarding the procurement processes, what we experience, and thanks to the protection that another member has said we are being afforded here, when we go to our bargaining on behalf of our members, finances are always put on the table before we even go far. The presentation is made before bargaining commences. Unfortunately, afterwards, what you're substantively we are staff members. So during our operational times, you will see that there are some tenders that are awarded. You will see that quotations are questionable, or maybe there are some jobs that are given not as tenders. A job is done piecemeal, but at the end you'll notice that this actually should have been a tender, an open one for that matter. So we do question these in consultative meetings, but we don't find we don't get convincing responses. And we do therefore wish not to be in a position where we are questioning matters after the funds have been spent, but we wish to be part of the process so as to prevent any possible misuse of funds. The other matter around operations is what we find also is a tendency of victimization. Thanks to UCT, there's also a whistleblower hotline. We acknowledge that. But what you find is that colleagues do not feel safe reporting matters because whistleblower will send such reports to management, and there'll be investigations and reports will be sent back. What you often find is that in that case, it would have been an individual staff member reporting and such. And often when people when they do not receive a form of comforting feedback, they lose hope in the system. When we have unions involved in such processes, you at least give comfort to the staff member that is complaining, or maybe that is aggrieved. You also, as a union, we act as guides to say, is this appropriate here? Is this a matter that should be taken up? And we also assist our members through the process, and we can also see to it that management provides the necessary feedback. So if we are not part of operational matters, we lose a lot in the process, and at the end we'll have such reports that there are no funds. My colleagues will continue also on the aspect of being involved in council. But an honourable member asked if ever we have ever had discussions, fruitful discussions with council. We do not discuss anything with council. We have never met, and that's one of the reasons why unions say wish to be in council. So when we discuss, still through your chair, with management, it's through management team, which gets their mandate from the principals. We don't even meet those principals. There are times when we are in dispute, like now, we are in dispute, and there are times where we bring those principals that you say are saying no, so that we can engage with them. Because some of the, forgive the word, but the demands as part of the process, some of the demands are largely reasonable, but the responses that we get from management, safe space, you find them really unreasonable. So as for that matter, we do feel that if we can have an opportunity to escalate beyond the principals, we can at least get some form of entertainment from council. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, comrade. Just to conclude on the question of representation in the council, the staff is represented as staff. But we are saying there is no accountability when you are represented by staff, because the staff does not report to any organized structure. Hence, we are saying we want a representation as an organized labor, so that there is a flow of communication between members and the representative, and also the mandate from the staff that are organized, rather than the free flow of representation. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you.
Chair, do we still have minutes? Okay. Yeah, so that's again on the other issue. The word demand comes from the fact that when we do bargaining, these issues that we are raising here are issues that we have ventilated probably 3 years back. We've been going forth and back and forth about it. So it's demands that were there, but when they were answered there, they were referred as issues that are statute issues that the university does not have control over. And we have written to the minister, not just once, and we have written to the minister before, I think twice or 3 times, where we have asked to engage on this matter. Hence, we have thought it is important to raise it specifically on this committee, because if we miss this opportunity again, we'll be referred back to this committee or the minister as a statute issue. That people, when we talk about the council, is that in the council, you have the SRC as a block. That is a representation of the students. However, the SRC itself still has a representation of another student who's appointed by the SRC, who represents as a postgrad student, who's in the SRC as well. So you can still have that. But we do have the staff in the council as well. The staff is elected by staff in general, but the staff is not accountable to any body or entity. The staff is just a staff on its own, does not have anywhere else where they account. However, the unions are serving as revolutionary watchdogs in spaces and institutions of higher learning, where they represent and elevate the voice of the workers, where they do not only go to these meetings, but they go to the meetings and constantly go give feedback and represent. And whenever they are in these meetings, they don't deliver only just what they think, but what is the mandate of the staff. So in other spaces, we are represented, but in the highest decision-making body, we are not represented. And to comrade, or to say Honorable Khao, I'm glad to see you too as well. Some of us are still there to see through to what we have fought for. So some of the things that we are talking about, for instance, we're talking about politicization, not politicizing these things, that the council in its own is the highest decision-making body, is a political structure. Some of the people are from outside, appointed from outside, they have their own political interests. But at UCT, this is different. We are actually depoliticizing this thing. Because if we're politicizing it, we would want to be presented as DITAU, as NEHAU, or as EU. But at UCT, we have a collusion where if there's a representation of unions, we're not speaking on a specific union, but we're speaking as a collision of unions that is going to deploy someone who represents this stakeholder that is called the unions to oversee that certain issues are not mismanaged. For instance, in the procurement processes, the reason we're bringing this is that...
Your time is up.
Oh, thank you very much, it's fine.
But we've captured that
I think, yeah, because they've already touched on it, it's fine, but I just wanted to emphasize on that point.
No, we can see the coalition. We can see it. And we appreciate it. And of course, not to say that we don't want colleagues to have differing views which they sharpen each other on in a particular space, but the ability to come here and achieve what you need to achieve on behalf of all workers, I think is very important. We are going to hand over to management. There there's just one other matter that I'd like for you to include, and that is in relation to NSFAS and the accommodations that you have. What is the cost of your most expensive residence? And what is the cost of your most affordable residence? Yeah, I think I can leave it at that for now. And then perhaps, and maybe you can send this to us in writing, the specs of those accommodations. If you can send, we asked USAF, acting VC, when we called USAF and NSFAS and the department to speak about the cap earlier in the year, when the announcement had been made a while back, but I think when the sector realized that, no, this thing is real, we called everyone in to say, okay, everyone must give their own perspective on why the cap or why not the cap, or why a staggered cap. And USAF said to us, that's not their responsibility, the department must go and do that. And that was very shocking to the committee, because I want to believe you probably want someone to speak on your behalf and say why you need a staggered cap or why you don't need a cap, right? So I think you also need to speak to those that represent you, because I don't think they're representing you in the manner in which that you've literally listened. This person was saying, that's an opportunity for you to speak for yourselves and say this is the model we think should be used, and they were saying no, we shouldn't be doing that. The department should go into that, and that's very problematic. So maybe you could share with us at a later stage, how the breakdown of your residences from a cost perspective as well, and with the spec of the residences. You can share that with us in writing. I think for us, what is important right now is for us to focus on the questions around the independent panel. Please also speak to the issue on council, and DDG Sotrikwa, I want to come to you for that as well. I can't see DG in the room. This question around the council, Labour sitting on council. And I mean, I was just trying to think to myself, if we're saying the staff member, the employee that sits on council is appointed through a collective process of employees, what stops us from putting in systems that say, well, before you go to council, you must get a mandate from us. When you come back from council, you must report to us. It's almost similar, I think, but I might be mistaken. And so collectively, I think we can sort of, I sometimes feel like we all use the Act and interpret it in our own way to suit our own interests, to where if we really looked into it, perhaps some of the things we're fighting for, the Act already accommodates them. So DG Sotuka, assist us. What would be the difference in saying this staff member who's there must go through a process where all employees, the academic and the non-academic, where all employees must have guided who that person is, and lobbying processes would take place in that. And then there is the mandate that you receive and the report that you give back, vis-a-vis. And I'd like to believe that statute issues are at council level, as informed by the Higher Education Act. So that's a decision council must take. The Act, I think, supports that, if I'm not mistaken, or I might be mistaken, but how I understand the Act, it supports that. There could be Labour in an organized form sitting with this sort of coalition that the colleagues were speaking about, sitting in council. So there's just those two options that I'm sort of seeing in my head, but we'll be guided by yourselves as the department to try and help us pave a way forward according to what the Act says. But council would have to take that step, that progressive step. So there's that issue on representation of labor, which I think has been spoken to by and large. And then there's the issue of the SRC and it being here, the independent panel. The finer detail around a lot of the data that colleagues have asked for, I think you can submit that in writing. Over to you, Chair and VC.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honourable members. I sort of try to group the various issues raised by yourself and honourable members and IF and comrades from the union, the SRC, NSFAS, Union Council representation, issues around the ex-VC, ex-chair, the panel, its terms of reference, the costs and so on, and then transformation on council, on staff and students. I am not trying to avoid anything. I can only speak firsthand about matters and issues that I'm familiar with since my appointment. So, you know, I'm not trying to avoid. I was on council from 2013, I think, no, 2016, 2015, 2016 to about 2018, and Sipho Pityana was chair of council. I'm aware of the ombuds issue. I'm aware of her report, and there were issues around it, and I was on council and I participated in it. I was in favour of the complaints that she made, that they be investigated. But Madam Chair and members of the committee, you will know from your own structures, your own political structures, you have a debate in an institution, and when there is a majority decision, you've got to respect that decision, and you've got to go with that decision. So subsequent to that, when my term expired, I was no longer involved in that issue. I know that the Ombud has appeared before the panel, and one would expect that the panel will report on that issue, because the ex-Ombud actually contacted me a few days ago to meet, and I said, why? And she said, look, the former chair and former VC had made some comments about her before yourselves, and she would like to put the record straight. So I asked her whether this was raised in the panel, and she said yes. Did you appear before the panel? And she said yes. So I said, well, in that case, you know, I'm going to leave it there. I'm not taking it any further. So I'm just going to speak very, very briefly on these issues, and then I'm going to ask our CFO to address the issue of NSFAS and fees, and I'm going to ask my deputy chair, who was there in the meeting, to respond to issues around the ex-VC, the non-disclosure agreement, and the ex-chair. I know that she's got a case pending to have the panel's interim report set aside. She has asked, that's a direct answer to a question at least, she has asked for the report not to be published, so they've threatened an interdict. I think we must still give a formal response, and of course once she gets that, she and her lawyers will decide what to do. But I would not imagine, quite rightly, that yourselves and higher education would like that. So we will oppose it if there's such an application. The former deputy chair has also brought a court application, and that's also pending, and perhaps deputy chair sort of got in our place, he can speak for himself. And I can perhaps ask DVC Elowani Magundo to on the SRC. We were told they're going to be here. the SRC is currently represented on council. In fact, wrote to us and put the name forward of the current representatives. In a recent EXCO meeting where SRC is entitled to be present, he was present at that meeting. I actually spoke to him on Saturday at the Uyineni Gedwana Memorial, and he said that the SRC would be here today. So we are equally surprised that they're not here. Fees, the CFO will address. Union Council representation, I agree with you. It's in the statute, the department and the minister, if they wish to make amendments to the statute. I suppose we could also, on our side, as far as the UCT statute, address that issue. Thus far, the workers, not the union, workers are represented on council through what I understand is a democratic process where nominations are made and there's a vote. They are also represented on the institutional forum, like they were here today. But unions, qua unions, I think we must make a call on that and have a discussion. The panel issues, so, yeah. Okay. So, Madam Chair, if I may hand over to the...
Yes, you see, you can speak.
Yeah.
No, Chair, no, Chair, I was just wanting to clarify with the Chair of Council about who's going to do what. But I think I would really hand back to the Chair of Council to address the set of governance-related issues that are on your list, Norman, for you, Chair. The Chair of Council or the Deputy Chair of Council, as the case may be, particularly as it pertains to developments prior to Mr. Arliss coming on board as Chair of Council. So I would suggest we start with all of that and get on to the NSFAS and other stuff afterwards.
So if I may ask the Deputy, there were also dates mentioned in the meeting. The interim report dates from 6 October to October. He was in those meetings, so you can take the oath maybe.
Do you need one?
I don't need one, Chair. Can you hear me? My voice isn't very strong. Okay. So, you know, there are about 9 issues that have been raised that I'd like to comment on. One is the familial relationship that has been raised between the interim VC and the registrar. The second one is the exit agreement with the VC and the circumstances, and to the extent that I'm able to reveal its content, what its contents were. Then there were specific questions about the meeting of the 6th of October, where the chair, there was a conflict of issue around both the chair and the VC in terms of their participation in the meeting. Fourthly, there was the issue of the circumstances surrounding the removal of the deputy chair. Fifthly, there was the question of what action followed the final report to the previous council by the Ombudsman. Then there were, item 6, there were a number of questions around the terms of reference from the panel, and that the challenges that they then there were also issues, people cited the interim report from the panel relating to the chair. There were specific questions around that, which I will respond to. There was the question of the meeting in which the decision was taken to reappoint the VC for a further term, which was the same meeting at which the resignation of the DVC had been disclosed. Around why the sudden support for the VC, given that there was overwhelming support for the extension of a tenure. And then the last point I would just like to comment on is the question of leaks. I don't know, hopefully I haven't excluded anything that relates to prior to when the chair took over in June. So on the familial relationship, there I have to report that both the registrar, the current registrar, who's not an acting registrar, we still have the same registrar in place, Mr. Royston Pillay, and the COO, Mr. Rino Ora, both their resignations during the tenure of the former VC. And a strong factor they cited in the resignations was the breakdown in the relationship with the existing VC at the time. They also mentioned a breakdown in the trust relationship. When this was reported to Council, the former VC acceded that there had been quite a serious breakdown in the relationship. And after exit, we then approached, or both the registrar and the former COO were approached, and they were asked, given the fact that one of the major causes of them resigning has been addressed by the departure of the former VC, whether they would not reconsider their positions. The COO opted not to reconsider his position, and the registrar did undertake to reconsider his position, subject to certain conditions, which I will come back to. What then happened, in fact, prior to our engagement with the registrar, is that the former chair had come back to Council and had recommended that as an interim VC, we consider the appointment of Professor Daya Reddy. And this was canvassed with the Senate, and it was canvassed with the IF, and it was canvassed with Council, and barring in Senate and IF a few reservations, it generally received overwhelming support. There were no other candidates proposed by the chair, and Professor Reddy was unanimously accepted to serve in the capacity of interim VC. However, at the same time, Council was made aware of the fact that Professor Reddy is related to the registrar, in that he is married to the sister of the registrar. So we were fully aware of this at the time that we made the decision to proceed with the appointment of Professor Reddy. In the light of the conflict of interest that could occur, given that Professor Reddy would be the line manager of the registrar, Council put in place a committee. I've forgotten the name of the committee. A three-person committee, which consisted of one member of Senate and a member of, I think, two members of Council. I think a member of Council and a member of the IF. A member of the Remuneration Committee. And negotiations with the registrar in terms of him withdrawing his resignation was not undertaken by Professor Reddy, but was undertaken by this committee. And this committee, in fact, reported back to Council on their deliberations with the registrar. And they presented to Council the terms on which the registrar would extend his contract. And these terms were essentially that a policy that currently is in existence at the university called the incentivized retirement policy, tied to him. It's a policy that has been to, I think, 6 or 7 members. And the policy allows for early retirement targets in place with a financial payout because the person would be, and that formula determined the package that would apply to the registrar. If he retires, I think it's 3 years before his actual retirement date. So I just want to clarify the discussions in terms of the appointment, extending of getting the registrar to withdraw his resignation was a decision taken unanimously by council, supported by council, and that the interim VC had no part to play whatever in that decision, and in fact was recused from meetings where that was discussed. Then, if I can then move on to the exit agreement with respect to the VC. I think what the chair mentioned in his report is that there was an agreement in terms of public statements coming from either party, either the VC or the council, that there had to be agreement or consultation around these statements. And I think our PowerPoint also demonstrates that council has rigidly adhered to that. Right? The other thing that's in the public realm is what people refer to as the golden handshake has been. And I'm saying that that's in the public realm. I'm not going to comment further on that. But the other thing important thing in the agreement, which I think I am at liberty to disclose, is that the VC was concerned that council wouldn't make statements that would cause her reputational damage. Right? And council acceded to that. Right? And that has a bearing on the panel and its terms of reference as well. So those were the key things that came out of that agreement. There was nothing much in there that I think conceals anything, but there was just concern about how the exit is conducted and that it is done in an amicable way and that there would not necessarily be consequences flowing out of the agreement. Then if I might go on to the meeting of the 6th of October, that was the meeting in which after Senate had met, and it had been reported at Senate that the information given to Senate about the circumstances surrounding the departure of the then DVC Liz Langer was not accurate. This caused a lot of consternation in Senate, and by a majority decision, Senate recommended to Council that a special committee be set up to investigate this, and this was then taken to Council at the meeting of the 6th of October. And within Council there were two points. The one viewpoint was that an internal committee be set up to investigate the deliberations at Senate, and the other view was that an external committee comprising independent panelists be set up to address the whole issue of what had transpired in terms of the resignation of Professor Langer. At the meeting, there was a deadlock. I think 14 members of council voted in favour of the internal investigation and 14 members voted against, in favour of the external investigation. The deputy chair of council, who chaired the meeting, was then asked to place a casting vote, which he placed in favour of the internal investigation. It was then questioned, in fact I raised the question, as to whether the VC and the then chair had voted on this matter. And I communicated that I would view that as a conflict of interest. The members of the Audit and Risk Committee, the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, as well as the Dean of the Faculty of Law, were both members of council, were consulted on this, and they agreed that it was a conflict of interest. The acting chair, or the former deputy chair of council, was then asked to reconsider a casting vote, and she left the meeting, asked for time to consult, and she came back to say that casting vote remains as is. Right? So that was what happened at the meeting of the 6th of October. As far as the removal of the deputy chair is concerned, following that, already there were questions posed about the conduct of the deputy chair at the meeting of the 6th of October. There were further meetings subsequent to that to decide on the panel. Well, first of all, to overturn the decision of the 6th of October and to decide to proceed with an external committee. There were meetings, there was a meeting at which we had to decide on the makeup of the panel, and both of those meetings were presided over by the deputy chair, since the chair and the VC had recused themselves from those meetings. And in spite of a majority feeling that the deputy chair should recuse herself from the chair from that meeting because she was conflicted, she refused to do so. We then sought a legal opinion on whether the deputy chair was conflicted, and in fact we got two legal opinions, both of which confirmed that the deputy chair had been conflicted. And on the basis of that, and on the basis of the conduct of the deputy chair in terms of leading the meetings, a motion of no confidence in the deputy chair was proposed, which was unanimously accepted, and that in fact resulted in a removal as deputy chair of council. This happened earlier in this year, and I was then, subsequent to that, at the meeting of council in March, I was elected as the replacement deputy chair. The fifth item, the action relating to the report by the previous Ombud. As the chair has explained, that report we dealt with towards the end of the term of the previous council. I served on that council for half of that term, so I was also party to the debates related to that report. But at the final meeting of the previous council, we couldn't reach a resolution as to how to move forward on this, and the recommendation to the new council was that the new chair of council, prioritizes this issue in terms of finding a resolution in terms of how we move forward. But there was particular concern about the relationships at the level of the university executive. And it was felt that a facilitator or mediator be brought on board to assist in improving the relationships between the executive team members, which included the VC. When the new chair took over, there were certain members of council, including myself, who requested that the issue of the Ombud, the issues raised by the Ombud, be addressed and taken forward. That was not acceded to. What did happen is that facilitators were appointed to work with the executive team. We received an interim report from those facilitators, but we have never received a final report. In fact, what was presented to us as a final report was clearly still an interim report, if one looked at the program that they had set out for themselves and how far they had got. So you know, I as a member of council, you know, my concern was that the issue of relationships between the executive team had not been finally dealt with and reported to council. With regards to the terms of reference of the panel, I think, Chair, you have correctly stated that the initial focus was Council and Senate misled in terms of the feedback they were given relating to the circumstances surrounding the resignation of Professor Lange. However, when the exit agreement was concluded with the VC, the legal advice we received was that, you know, we can't have an exit agreement and things emerge from the panel investigation that implicates the VC. It's quite a serious problem. And on that basis, we decided they need to review the terms of reference, remove the need of the panel to make any findings against the VC, right, that could have legal implications. So the emphasis changed, apart from looking at the circumstances surrounding the exit of the former DVC, the terms of reference was broadened out to include governance issue generally. So to the extent that the VC's conduct had governance implications that the panel would report on. So that was the change to the terms of reference that the council undertook. As far as non-disclosure agreements, a number of the people or the former executive members of the UCT who had left with non-disclosure agreements. And one of the requirements of the panel is that when people give evidence, those non-disclosure agreements would be waived so that they could share fully what their experience has been, which had led to their departure or resignation. I believe that, and I don't know if this is a leak or if it's a rumor, but I believe that the VC gave evidence to the panel. So I suspect that whatever claims or accusations were made against her, she had the opportunity to defend. The chair was also requested to give evidence, and she set a whole lot of conditions to giving evidence which was not acceptable to the panel, and that is in fact included, the detail of that is included in the interim panel report. As far as the change in support of the VC is concerned, yes, Council and the Senate had overwhelmingly, a few dissenting voices, voted in favour of her continuing as VC. And in fact, generally on Council, there was a strong body of support for both the chair and the VC. And there was a high level of respect for both of them. But the situation changed quite drastically after the meeting of the 6th of October, where I think a lot of question marks were raised by what had been disclosed. And there was a change in terms of the support that the VC and chair had formally enjoyed on Council after the 6th of October. I must, however, point it out that decision or the resignation of VC and the chair was not an outcome of the decision of any decision of Council. It's decisions that they took without being pressurized to do so by Council. The only decision taken by Council with respect to its leadership was on the position of the deputy chair. Then lastly, on the question of leaks, and I'm sure the registrar will amplify this, what had happened with the leaks stemming from the Ombuds report is the media had in their possession full documents that they appended to their reports that were confidential documents of council. And if they didn't do that, they were quoting verbatim from confidential reports. And this was particularly alarming. Right? What was then done is we introduced an app which didn't allow you to share information. Right? So you could read the information on the app, but it's impossible to share that information. Right? And this, if you look at all the media reports, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, none of those reports refer to leaked documents that the reporter has in their possession. So that act, introducing that act, helped extensively with stemming the leaks of confidential documents. Right? So the leaks that we have experienced subsequent to that have unfortunately could only have come from individual members of council. Right? Now, I mean, we as council members have been very concerned about this. And I mean, we've privately engaged with these others. You know, is there anybody we can identify as being the source of the leak? And it's been impossible. I mean, if you look at the nature of the articles in the media, some of them would come could be assumed to come from a grouping that was supportive of a particular decision. Others could be assumed to be coming from a group that was not in support of a particular decision. So it's very difficult to identify the source of the leak if it's based on verbal communication between a council member and a member of the media. We have sought legal advice on this, and the registrar can talk to that, but it is a particularly difficult issue to deal with, and I'm sure that political parties have the same challenges when it comes to leaks. So, Chair, I hope I've been able to respond to all the questions. Thank you very much.
All right, I just want to guide us in terms of time. Can I have one question? CFO, what you needed to answer, please write it to us. There's a view that no one has really been properly called to participate in the panel. Who can answer that question? But your deputy chair, you really assisted with some of your responses. Can anyone?
Yes, the university took steps at the time when the panel was established, and once it had been fully constituted and had started to conduct its business, to put out a communique not once but twice to the university community, and that's a community of almost 30,000 students and 5,000 staff, to inform that community of the panel, its establishment, its membership, its terms of reference, including on 2 occasions the invitation to anybody who wanted to reach out to the panel and speak to the panel to do so. So that communication had gone out. It was sent out as a communique to the university community, and it's still available on the UCT website in terms of the communications record. And then just, Chair, if I may, there was a point made earlier on that the witness statements to the panel has been gained via the registrar's office. That is not accurate. If that were to be the case, it would be tantamount to undermining a very important fundamental principle of the panel, and that is it was set up to receive inputs on the basis of absolute confidentiality. So whatever statements, whatever representations, and whomever elected to go to the panel, that was done confidentially. I certainly don't know what was submitted, who went, when they went. Don't have that information. Thank you.
All right, so the email address that is probably part of that communique, it's to who? Like, whose email address is that?
The email address is to the attorneys who've been appointed to support the panel, and that's Heraldry attorneys. And that email address, it's a generic email address linked to Heraldry attorneys, which is part of the communication.
So you're saying that is on that communication that you've sent out twice and that remains on the university's website?
Correct.
All right. Has the call for submissions to be made closed?
Yes.
When did it close?
I don't have that information available immediately. I'll go and check the date. But it would have been about 4 to 6 weeks ago. But I can double check that date.
All right, thank you so much. I'd like to then say to the colleagues at UCT, all the other information that we've requested from yourselves, please send it to us via email. I think in terms of what we really were trying to understand on the independent panel, which is why we really called you, we have a little bit more context than we had before. And I'd like to say, DG, I think it would be important, and DDG Sotikwa, that you sit again with council, and particularly the deputy chair, to just sharpen, because I went through the presentation that you gave us in June before the meeting, and I think there are just minor loopholes between how we're hearing the information from, how we heard the information from yourselves and how we heard it today. And I think that meeting between the department and council will assist, just so that you're in sync. And I do hope that in as much as we always implore on the department to support our institutions, I hope you have been open to the support the department must give you. Because another challenge we have in the sector is a resistance to support to cooperative governance in the name of institutional autonomy. And we can't have that. I think it was you, Chair, when you called me comrade. It's very rare to have in parliamentary meetings a chair of council refer to you as a comrade. Usually that type of slip of the tongue would come from Labour or from students. So I don't know how I felt when the chair of council said comrade chair, but that's on a lighter note. But I do hope, chair of council, that you do open yourselves up to the support of the department. And definitely we also do not support interference by the department. Intervention, yes. You're the one who said that, no matter how little those funds may be, CFO, no matter how little the subsidy may be, it still is a subsidy, and these institutions remain public institutions. And so the intervention by the department, the cooperative governance that we want to see between yourselves as management council with the department is something that we're not apologetic about. We are abusing all these terms and we use them as and when we want, and it's very problematic. DG and DDG Sotikwa, as we go into a body break and then call in Forte, could you just assist us on and you touched on it a little bit, Chair of Council, and you sort of passed it, you looked towards the acting Vice Chancellor when you mentioned it, but I really think maybe you can assist us with this regard, the recommendation on council. There's a way that you can assist on this way forward.
Thank you, Chair. I must say, it's the interpretation that council, if it is council, have given the provision in the Act and the statute is a bit odd. I would have assumed that council would have wanted Labour representation in council. It serves their best interest. And so the interpretation to say you nominate a staff is something I certainly, and I think our team, did not anticipate. So I think we'll have to have further engagements with council on that. And if it is an issue of interpretation, maybe we need to clarify it in the Act. But it is peculiar that the university would not see it fit to have union representation sitting in council. but for purposes of ensuring, I think that the call made by a union is information flow, a sharing of information, presenting union issues before council, or just pure relationship issues. It is something I think we need to discuss, and maybe we tighten in the act. Thanks, Chair.
Did you intend
No, thank you very much. I think I'm covered partly by the DDG, but I think there's much more that has emerged out of this conversation that requires more time to tease out, especially in the area of transformation. If our conversation is on issues of how we interpret the law, and this is all about the participation by stakeholders, and I've got in front of me two reports, one from the Institutional Forum and the other from the union itself. It feels to me that there is a lot more work, and I think it should be understood that in your presentation earlier on, Chair of Council, you make a point about the achievements of this institution. That comes with huge expectations from the department, particularly in the area of governance. It should be that our best institutions are not only best in the opinion of the rest of the world, but when it comes to internal matters, that very same institution is still caught up in interpretations about who must be represented. And in a country like ours, that and all of us have evolved, from a difficult history, and we all understand how important it is that all voices that matter in the governance of any institutions must be represented. And I think at this level of conversation, I don't think there's a place for such issues, particularly if we were to hold you accountable as an institution amongst our better institutions. And I think it's important that we make that observation. Trade unions are important, and I think if you look at how the UCT is organized, there's about 4 to 5 unions that organize within the institution. And if you understand how trade unions have evolved, you will appreciate that their different voices bring to council very important dynamics that could actually inform the further democratization of the institution. So I think our point is that we do expect much more than what is coming through. But there are also other matters in the recommendations that the trade unions are making. I am observing that they are worried that in the procurement processes of the institution, the union representation is also not adequate. But maybe it's the semantics, maybe it's the choice of words in terms of how the report is crafted. I think the view of the union regarding what is the function of procurement in any institution is worrying me at this point in time, and that is a matter which bilaterally we can discuss and not necessarily here. But I would not equate the role of any procurement in any institution, and I'm deliberate in my selection of the issue of procurement because amongst our problems, very largely, particularly when it comes to corruption and collusion that happens in institutions where this is reported, cannot be equated to deal making. And this comes out in the report. It's not from me. And so it requires us to refine this conversation. And I think my last comment, Chair, in your opening remarks, you were very clear and very deliberate that Parliament is worried when two women leaders of a public institution one moment they are there and the other they are not there. And it's not clear how we arrive at this point, particularly if you take into account the struggles that we have in our country. And the minister yesterday was launching a mentalities program, a program that drives women empowerment in our country. It is clear to me that this is the issue as well that needs to be looked into. Chair of Council, thank you for your presentation today. And I think we appreciate how you have nuanced the presentation. It does address significantly some of the concerns that we have, but it is clear that a lot more work needs to be done. We expect that you see your role not only in terms of what the law says you must do, but also that you have to assist us in setting higher standards in all the areas that relates to governance, and therefore to be reduced to the matters that are on the table right now is a missed opportunity. I think we can do better. Those are my observations, Chair, and I am confident that based on your advice and considered opinion about the conversations today, we will be able to take the matters up from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the DG. Honorable Litia, I know you had asked for 2 minutes. Honorable Kaka also asked for 2 minutes. So I would like for colleagues to perhaps use a written platform for the 2 minutes that you both requested, because then I don't know who else might also want the 2 minutes. Okay, 30 seconds, Honorable Litia.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Seated here, I'm more confused as to why the Chair of Council of UCT left. I'm more confused why the former VC left. I'm more confused why the deputy chairs left, except that somebody sitting at home might interpret the response by the current deputy chair response. So I would like, Chair, that they can finish us with the minutes 1, where the council asked the register to stay on, the minutes of the council that received the report from a 3-member team on the remuneration of the register. They can give us the minutes of the 6th of October and the minutes of the council that agreed to remove the former deputy chair. They can furnish us with the legal opinions, the two legal opinions that determine that the deputy chair was implicated of, and all of those things there. And the terms of reference that they're given to those law firms to give them the legal opinions. Thank you very much, Chair. I hope I stuck to my 30 seconds. Thank you.
To your 30 seconds. Honorable Khakha, do you want 30 seconds?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Chair, there are two things that I think one can be discussed in a later engagement that we will have, and that has to do mostly with the discipline within the institution itself, not just within executives or within school or within the learners, but also particularly with just the nature of how the institution engages with labor unions as well. And I think I just want to leave it at that, because a lot is wrong, because the institution has a history of incorporating, I don't want to say terrorists, but human beings who use not so kosher methods of democratic participation within the institution to get their way. In some way, they always find expression within the institution. If there isn't a unit created for them somewhere in a corner for research and they're employed, something is just always weird there. So that's one thing that we need to discuss thoroughly, because it's a threat to the rule of law of this country. But secondly, I just also a concern just specifically on what we're talking about today is just it would be great to also have more clarity on the decision-making process around how the university got to withdraw some of the terms of references and how you got to make amendments, because sitting here, I'm concerned about whether the decision was made in the best interest of the institution, yes or no, and on yes or no, specifically whether the institution also has something to hide, and that's why they were trapped into a situation where you can't get an answer out of an investigation, or the thinking was just so poor that there was no foresight that this would be a trap where you would agree to something that was not going to lead you anywhere in any case. So it's a waste of all of the university's money, our time altogether, because where are we going with this? So the thinking behind all of that is very alarming, and that's just a concern I want to put out there. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Itzi and Honorable Khakha. Thank you, DG. Thank you, colleagues. I absolutely agree with yourselves that angazi ukuthi sizamuka achivani, angazi senzani. You see, it doesn't sound the same when you say it in English. Doesn't. I don't know what we're doing. You know, I think Honorable Khakha probably said it nicely in English. It doesn't make sense at all. We should have stopped after the non-disclosure agreement. We should have just left it all. Because I mean, now it really doesn't make sense, colleagues. And a part of me, you know, I don't even know how we assist you to amend the TOR, because we can't, because you're almost finished. But so it's almost like we have to just wait for this report to come out. But you say we must be. So what confuses me is in the terms of reference where we say we must be forward-looking. But at the same time, we say if we won't disregard that, well, you know, it's what has happened, where the former VC has appeared before the independent panel twice, right? So she's still there or interacting, but we're saying it's forward-looking, and we're saying it's no longer about the former VC, it's no longer about the former chair of council, it's no longer about really these two individuals who we formulated, or these two key role players, when it all starts with, you know, the DVC Langa. It's not really about them, it's about the broader issues, but we started there, but now it's about everything. It's just about governance. It's a bit confusing, colleagues. It's a bit confusing. I really don't know what we're trying to achieve. But one hopes that the report will assist us. We can just wait for it now. But the questions that, or the information that Honorable, what's his name? Litsie, he's a king, Moren. The questions, or the information that Honorable Litsie asks for is what will perhaps allow us to imagine having been in that meeting that said, let's take these decisions. And there's a caution from Honorable Chachal that says, let's truly think about what it is that we're trying to achieve from this process. Otherwise, we are wasting money and time. And I really want to go back to saying our problem started with that NDA. That's where our problems really started. So I would like to say that by the 30th of October, can we find ourselves back here or at UCT? Acting VC, we've been wanting to go to UCT for a very long time as a committee. So perhaps when we request that we come and see your institution, you'll ensure that that happens. But by the 30th of October, when we receive the report, we would also like to receive a report where there has been a resolution on the matter of representation of labor. And in that way forward, or in the formulating of that resolution, we would have wanted council and management, together with labor, all the unions, and the department to have met to formulate that resolution. So either DDG Sotrikwa or a chief director, or even yourself, DG, to have met that resolution, whatever, that report that gives us the way forward on representation of labor must have been signed by all the union chairpersons, by the VC himself, by the chair of council, and by a representative from the department. Because that affords us the opportunity to be certain that that wasn't a view, the report we're receiving is not a view of labor, but it's a view of everyone who sat in that meeting, and we all agree. Either whether or not we disagree or agree, but we are all agreeing that we had this conversation, and this is how the conversation went. So we would also like that report by the 30th of October. And then, yeah, so I think that is our way forward, colleagues. We will meet again on the 30th of October, where you will share with us the report. We are hoping that the report will answer many of the questions that really are there, which is to say, what is it that we're trying to achieve now that things are where they are? Please send the information, Honorable Litsie, and all members have requested via written format in the next 7 working days. And that also speaks to you, CFO. I think you have a lot of information to send. Registrar, I think you have a lot of information to send in terms of various demographics. So to council, you have that to send that Honorable Litsie has requested. I'm not going to repeat. Oh, I'd also like to recommend that before the 30th of October, can we please have had council meet with labor, unions themselves, and with student leaders. Like VC, you must meet these colleagues that are here. Chair of council, you must sit with them. I really believe that one of the strengths that we have, or should have as Africans, is the ability to communicate, to sit and talk. I don't believe that, in fact, in the African culture, men can't speak to women, children can't speak. That's not true. There are systems that have always been in place that afford us as African beings to meet and converse and for each other's views to be heard somewhere, somehow. There have been systems. So I find a community or communities that are unable to engage to be really un-African in how they're doing things. And I think it's very problematic that colleagues have a representation of the VC. I'm not saying this meeting must happen every week or every month. You could say every quarter, there's a way in which we meet with the VC over coffee or other things, and we just sit and we talk about what we're all experiencing. So create that platform. If you don't, I don't know if you have a stakeholder. Different institutions have different interventions for this, and we've heard a number of them with all the many engagements we've had with institutions, but they have tried to find a way to bridge the gap between themselves or between various stakeholders. So please, formulate that platform. It can be a quarterly meeting, an imbizo, whatever you want to call it. But have that platform VC where you sit with chair, you meet with labor, the branch chairpersons. It will really assist you. And you meet with the student leadership. I really think it will assist you in having greater synergy in your institution. I want to thank all stakeholders, to labor, including the naughty corner there of Comrade Buhlung, VC Buhlung. I wanted a naughty corner. I've been observing it the whole morning. But thank you to the leadership there for keeping our VC entertained whilst he waits to come to present. Thank you very much to colleagues from Labour, colleagues from IF. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair, and to the VC. Let us break. At 1:30, can we please be back here to take Forte action?
The statute that they have
Where's Anele? Memodiba, if you could kindly just text Anele or Fatima, because we will need to check again if there are any colleagues who would like to be sworn in, or if there are any colleagues who would like to at a later stage submit using a protective disclosure to make sure that we protect everyone who will be participating in this conversation. All right, I'd like to just check if there are any colleagues who would wish to be sworn in. I don't know if the colleagues were all here. Okay. Colleagues, we have, I'm just going to repeat it in case there are colleagues who were not here earlier on. I don't want to assume that because I saw the chair in the morning, therefore everyone from Forte was in the meeting when we started. So I'll just go through that point again. We have noted, colleagues across the institutions, that there has been a concern that some of what colleagues may want to share in the meeting might be used against them outside of this meeting. Examples of that would be that, yes, because you said X, Y, and Z in the committee meeting, you have now been fired, suspended, expelled, sued and taken to court, and. And so to avoid not having views that we need to take our sector forward being expressed in this meeting, we have as Parliament taken the responsibility of using the Powers and Privileges Act to protect all stakeholders that are here, including yourself, Chair. You know, sometimes when we think about people being protected, we think about maybe students or labor, you know, but even management itself is protected by such platforms. So if those of you who feel that you need to be sworn in, basically that would mean that you will speak in this meeting under oath. So anything that you say will not be held against you outside of this meeting. Or you can submit to us in writing what you would like to say or what you're concerned about using a protective disclosure. So if you want to use that option, you can also reach out to us after the meeting, and we'll indicate to you what processes to follow for you to submit that. So at this point in time, I'd like to note if there are any colleagues in the room who would like to be sworn in. Okay. I'd like to believe that all our colleagues are comfortable with sharing what they would like to share without being sworn in. We're making progress. So I'd just like to make a statement. Just 1 second. All right, colleagues, I can see the SRCs here. You look stunning in your gold and black and gold. I can see VC and Chair, I've seen them since morning. So management and council is here. Can I check if IF is here? Okay, welcome, ma'am. And then I see red at the bottom there, so I'm assuming it's colleagues from Nahau. Okay. We are aware that there's Nteo as well at Forte. Yes? Like, that union is organized at Forte, correct? Nteo. Okay. And Nahau. We had requested presentations from Labour, a consolidated presentation from Labour. Nteo had wanted their Secretary General to present on behalf of Nteo, and members, you know our position on that. We can't have upper structure presenting on behalf of branches. That's not how we work, and that is why we have put in place the support of the oath and the support of the protective disclosure, is to accommodate those concerns that were raised. We also had received a very concerning letter from Nahau, their GS, really questioning how Parliament does its work. And colleagues of Nahau, in future, please always feel free to speak directly to Parliament. We wrote a letter to you. We would expect you to write back to us. We would not expect you to write to the GS to write to us, because we wrote to you. So if there are concerns that you would have had, please in the future raise them directly with the committee. You have all the right to do so. There's no hierarchy of, how we interact. We write to you. So in the future, please write to us. We have received a presentation that was sent to us through the national office. I don't think we've received any other presentation outside of that. And the information we have is that that presentation has been consolidated through interactions with yourselves, with the regional leadership, with the provincial leadership, and therefore it's a consolidated presentation. That concerned us because we would have expected a presentation directly from yourselves to us. But we've had to circulate that presentation to members because that's the only information we had at that point in time. If there is a different presentation that comes directly from the branch, please do share it with Mr. Kabengisi now, because that is the presentation ideally we would like to interact with. And then you'll also lead us to say, are you representing Nahau solely, or are you representing all organized labor at the institution? So when we come to your time, please just outline that for us, and then please make sure that you send Anele the presentation you would like us to interact with. We do, though, honorable members, receive the views of all citizens on any matter. So we're not going to disregard the inputs made by the national leadership. Parliament must listen to all the people of the country. So, but we really wanted the voice of the branch to be heard, because that is who we are interacting with today. So I just needed to also give that context so that by the time we get to Labour, we don't have any mishaps. Honourable Itzia, is that a hand?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I appreciate how you are trying to defend us on this matter from the unions. But I feel like if I don't say what I'm going to say from the letter of Nahau that was addressed to us, it will be an injustice. Chair Nahau, the letter of the GS of Nahau addressed to the portfolio committee, honestly speaking, has disrespected us. And I feel like we can't allow that to just pass. It can be that we've been doing this, I don't know for how long. We've interacted with different institutions at different times. And all material times we would have said to unions, try and consolidate the workers' views and do a combined presentation. Now, how in their letter addressed to us, Chair, behaves as if UCT that just presented to us now, the workers at UCT don't have NEHAW workers. On page 1 of their presentation, there are logos there at the bottom of it. One of them is NEHAW. And the GS of NEHAW comes to us. In fact, they've sent that presentation together with his letter. They almost arrived at the same time. So it's not as if that was a redone presentation from the Western Cape. The GS of NEHAW writes to us and tells us literally that we don't know what we're doing. I felt offended, and I think we must respond to him directly that, you know, we've been doing this for so long. He has not raised an issue with us on how we're doing these things. Possibly now because he has an interest on this one. He wants to come and disrespect us because he wanted to come possibly to, you know, represent the union against Forte and UNISA. He writes to us, in fact, the first 2 or 3 paragraphs on both slides or on both presentations of UNISA and Forte, if you read them, they are just copy and paste, just disrespecting Parliament, telling Parliament, no, you can't do this thing this way, do it that way. Can we, we will not finish. Please, we want to respect workers. We take workers' issues very serious. We don't pay lip service at universities, at TVET colleges, at CETs. We've always stood with the workers when they are doing right. So he must not, please, he must not start with us. DG, if you were to read that letter, you know, there are a number of paragraphs out of the 9 paragraphs there that disrespect how Parliament works. You know, it tells us that, or if I were to read, you will not believe that they addressed, he had the guts to even press the send button on this thing. So we want to ask NEHAW, please speak to your national leadership of NEHAW. We don't want to interfere with how they are doing their job there. We are not saying they must not criticize us, Chair. They can criticize us all they want, but we must not be disrespected like we are disrespected in this letter. As if this is the first time we do this thing. We have done this thing many times. They have not asked us if we are doing, you know, they've not criticized us before. But just because they've got interest on this one or on these 2 institutions, you know, because if I was you, Chair, I would have written to him immediately, hey boss, even UCT is presenting. Why aren't you allowing the same thing at UCT? You know, just to expose people with their interest. So thank you very much. I apologize, but I felt that if I don't bother now, I might take it out on management.
Okay. No, thank you, Comrade. Thank you, Honorable Litsi. I'm glad that, you know, we don't have any ulterior motives or feelings towards management. Chair and VC, you are receiving an honorability that is, you know, clean, refreshed, detoxed from all these other stresses. But colleagues from NEHAW, you do seem shocked by a lot of the things I was saying. You were shaking your head, your eyes widened. So it seems as though maybe, I don't know, there's been miscommunication between yourselves and the national leadership. If we were not an objective committee, we would have thought you have orchestrated all of this. But we are affording you the space to speak for yourselves, and that's what it is. So just please make sure you've sent the presentation to Anele, and then you'll indicate to us if you're speaking on behalf of Nahal only, or if you're speaking on behalf of all workers at Forte. VC and Chair, we've been worried about the security issues. We did engage, or I was present in a meeting with the minister earlier in the year, with I think students and labor were in that meeting. And, it was a woman, so I must say it's the president. She said something so profound in that meeting, something my generation, the generational gap, or realities revealed themselves in that moment. She said she feared the over-militarization of campus. But not the same way Nompendulo in 2015 and 2016 understood it. Nompendulo in 2015 and 2016 experienced over-militarization by police and by bouncers and all of those things to stop us from protesting. Today, a president, a woman president, a black woman president at Forte raises around the over-militarization of campus to protect campus from vultures. It's two different things. She's saying we can't have too many bodyguards. Someone's going to kill either VC or ourselves, or we don't even know who they're targeting anymore. Maybe today if I laugh with VC, or if I laugh with Chair, or if I laugh with the CFO, I may also become a target as a student. Maybe the bullet is going for Chair and then it ends up on me or in me. That is the concern. She was saying, whilst we want to feel safe on campus, we want the police on campus, or we want security on campus, we don't want to feel like we're in jail, because institutions of higher learning should be spaces where we're able to freely think, and be. Someone apparently was saying, there's a former VC was saying, institutions, people shouldn't look for belonging in institutions. We want to belong, Tina, in our institutions. And I'm not going to mention that we see here. But Tina, we want to belong, Because when you belong in a space, when you feel like you belong in a space, you do your best, And we do want academic success. So there was this issue, VC, and Chair, on the state of security at the institution, and we're worried about that. And that is why we came running. But I must say, Chair and VC, and to all stakeholders, do not make us feel like we are not part of the family that you are in. It was not nice for the committee to hear that you were in distress via social media. We would have wanted to have known it, and rather it be that we told the committee and they've not been doing anything. But me personally, I was not told that, hey, there's a crisis of this nature. So we would like to implore on yourselves for us to strengthen our relationship as members of one family called PSET. However small it is, Chair, however small it is, VC, just an email, just a text, we are worried about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sometimes we can do something about it immediately, sometimes we can't. But we see ourselves as a mouthpiece of the sector. When I sit in a meeting with NSFAS, I must be able to say, the CFO at Forte says they've been sending you a list of registered students and you have done nothing about it. So we want to be able to also be an extended mouthpiece for yourselves as an institution within our sector. So that's just on the safety and security matters. There's been also these matters around these qualifications. We don't know how they're being attained, and we've been concerned about that. And then lastly, just issues on infrastructure. There were a couple of posts that we were tagged on, that emails that came through that spoke to just infrastructure that is not being supported. And I know that also goes with the general lack of funding that is within the sector. We are aware of that. But we do need to be brought into confidence that with the resources that we do have, we are doing our best. Also from a motive that we are, whether the academic project or program is being protected. We cannot have an influential as Forte has been in probably how Lulu gets to live her life. My ability to have freedom today, to sit here as a 30-year-old, I almost said 20-something. I must get used to this 30. I must really get used to this 30. It's just been 2 weeks. As this 30-year-old, to be able to sit here in this room and chair, one of the biggest department, a committee that does oversight in one of the biggest departments in this country. It is because of some of the ideas, the organizing, the mobilizing that took place at an institution like Forte. So really, I'm sure you've heard this 5 million times, VC and chair and everyone in this room on this side particularly. But we have to reiterate it, that Forte is very important. And we want to state our support as a portfolio committee to supporting yourselves, Labour, to the students, IF, to chair and your council, VC and your management, that when we discuss today, we're just sharpening each other's thoughts on how to best take this institution forward, as important as it is. Me, for example, I want to question alumni at historically black institutions or historically disadvantaged institutions. You'll assist us, colleagues. Everyone has a different term that they want to use in relation to that, but where's the alumni? I think an institution like Forte has produced some of the greatest minds, economic participants in our country. Really, I don't think that the plowing back of alumni should solely be monetary. That's not my view. But ikhona singayifumana nayo le monetary esiyifunayo. It might not be to the scale of a UJ or a UP or a Stellenbosch or a Wits, but we have produced some people who are really meaningfully participating in the economy that could be plowing back to a Forte. But we also have difficult matters that we need to think through, Chair of Council. Think through. There are strategic issues that you need to deal with that need some minds. Where are those minds that have been produced by Forte to help us through a difficult process like this? Where are they? Are we reaching out to them? So that's just what brings us to our engagements with yourselves. We're going to hand over to you. It's now 2:00. Going to hand over to you, Chair, and VC to make your presentation for 30 minutes. We have engaged your report. Do focus on what has really brought us here. And then we'll hand over 15 minutes to the SRC, 15 minutes to Labour, and 10 minutes to the IF. Over to you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, and I notice that it's difficult to escape using the term comrade. But I'll be disciplined and refer you to you as Honorable Chair. So, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, DG, Deputy DG, colleagues from UCT, still wear the UCT hat, and now Forte. I want to start by thanking you, Honorable Chair, for your opening remarks.
and your words of encouragement and support. And we need, such support and words of encouragement. Just talking about, the security issue at Forte, I'll relate, very shortly, briefly, and my own experience. When I was elected chairperson of the council at Forte, and I wrote to people excited and so on, about 90%, if not more, 90% of the people who responded were shocked about my stupidity. Yeah, I say, no, why do you do this? You are no longer as young as you used to be. Why are you so adventurous? Do you have a bodyguard? Yes. And I mean, it was not a joke. Now, some people were serious, and there's pressure from family, friends, and so on. It just, gives one an idea of what we are dealing with. But whenever I get this from people, I always remind them that there is a job to be done. And as you said, Chairperson, Forte is an institution with its own history. And it's an institution now that is positioned to deal with this decolonization problem that we have in this country. I always argue that Forte is in a better place to lead the struggle for transformation than any university that exists in this country. So this is always my response to people that there is that job that has to be done. And if we are to be scared of criminals, murderers, and so on, this country now will go to the dogs. Some of us escaped the bullets of the apartheid regime precisely because we felt that this country has got a bright future, and that some of us must sacrifice in order not to attain that. So I'm just trying to say that as a context for what we are going to present. I'm not going to present this report, and the Vice Chancellor is going to do the presentation. And my hope is that at the end of the presentations, and when we have fielded questions, comments, I'll come in and say my 2 cents contribution. What I want to do now is to introduce the delegation. I've got a long list, large delegation of people. We came here because we thought there would be a time when we would vote. So we wanted to ensure that if we reach that moment, then we win. Okay, and I'll just read the names. I think this list has been circulated around, but for purposes of record, I'll just read the people are here. They will raise their hands. I won't be looking around and pointing who is who. There is Dr. Spokas Koyana, who is my deputy. Professor Buhlungu, the VC. Professor Vital, Deputy Vice Chancellor Teaching and Learning. Then Dr. Taulem Jimba, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research Partnerships and Innovation. Mr. Zuma, University Registrar. Mr. Matuma, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Chikudo, Student Affairs, Dr. Duplessis, Vice Chancellor's Office, a Director in the Vice Chancellor's Office, sitting next to you, and there's Mr. Nkanyane, Chief Internal Auditor, Mr. Scott, Chief Information Officer, Mr. Root, Director of Institutional Advancement, and Ms. Mbalo, who is the President of the SRC, and Ms. Kama, who is SRC Secretary General, and we have Dr. Rungani, Deputy Chairperson, Institutional Forum, and we have two representatives from Nehau, Mr. Chao and Mr. Jerome. So this is our delegation. And as you noted, the Chairperson, we prepared a presentation, which was based on your initial communication, where there were a number of issues that you wanted us to address in the presentation. That's there, is in this thick document, I think, I don't know how many pages. And, but for purposes of this, the VC will be presenting our report. Will focus on the three
period, which collectively lasted 18 months. But there's an interesting thing here after these 2 periods. Were recommended to the department. One of those recommendations is that after the 1-year term of office of the administrator has ended, the University of Forte should be subject to increased and regular scrutiny by the DHED for a further period of, say, 3 years. For convenience, this period is referred to as special measures. If necessary, the required measures could be introduced through a ministerial directive. This, it will allow time for the restoration of trust and collegiality, and it will give management sufficient time to implement and be held to account for the various other recommendations in this report. It's a very interesting recommendation made to the department, DG. And it would seem that because the end of the period of administration was at the end of 2020, just before December, and if you count the period we are now, we are still within the 3-year window of regular scrutiny. In case you forgot that part, DG, we are still within the window of, as recommended to yourselves, of regular scrutiny. And the reasons are provided. It's not malicious. It's to assist the university to find itself on stable footing after a period of administration. And it's not in any way a vote of no confidence on the leadership capabilities, because the same report, VC, says you must be left untouched. The same report. And so the same report which says, leave the VC, we do not impugn any fault, says there must be regular scrutiny. It's not speaking about your leadership capabilities, it's speaking about a period and what needs to happen within a period to ensure proper stabilization of the institution. And so the matter of being held accountable with regular scrutiny, and as much as can be a bane or an albatross, it is here in the recommendations of the independent assessor given to the department. There are also issues that the independent assessor would have identified as undermining what in the preamble speaks to human dignity, equality, just those 2 things. As far as infrastructure is concerned, this is where it speaks to buildings meeting the basic requirements. 1, ablution facilities in the port, ablution facilities. And I would have wanted to speak to that how far is the university in making sure that this particular recommendation is seen from cradle to grave? The maintenance of existing infrastructure, not just the building of new ones. And the report is explicit in that form, that the university needs to focus on what is already there to bring it to human dignity standards and livable standards, so that the ablution facilities should not be facilities that the university can be ashamed of. The report uses the term that The university should not be ashamed of its own ablution facilities. Those are basics. And I would want to know how far the university is in resolving that issue. There is also an issue that has been raised as far as council is concerned, and I would want to be clarified. Perhaps this is now a previous council, where it concerns the chair of the audit risk committee of council and their membership, whether they are bona fide members of council. The question remains, has the council renewed its mandate and therefore resolved the question on the chair of the audit and risk committee? Or do we have the same problem persisting? The project of rebuilding staff morale, it seems that the IA might have picked up that staff morale could have been very low at Forte. And how far is that coming up? Is there a program to speak to that management and or council has spoken to boost staff morale? I am glad that in your presentation you have gone to lengths to explain that the threat to lives is not a blanket threat. It is specific. And that in an environment where the threat to life is very real would dampen the morale of staff. The impact of that, what has it been to the performance of individuals in the institution, and how has it translated to the outcomes of the academic program? There seems an issue around the pass rate of the university. What could be the input costs for the pass rate to have dropped or to remain low, whichever it may be? What are the input causes for that? And also, within the context of the security threat, what are the target departments and or units or sections for this trend of killings? And why specifically those areas? What draws the magnet of guns to those specific departments or sections or directorates or whatever else they may be called in the structure of the university? What draws this thing to those specific spots? As you have highlighted, VC. In the security...
Honorable, please wrap up. I left and you were on the platform, and I'm back.
The last point I'll make, Chair, is on the, oh yes, this is the one I was looking for to close on. That as part of the institutional turnaround plan, management should formulate and implement a physical infrastructure maintenance policy. How far is management with doing that? So as to address issues like student accommodation, teaching facilities, laboratories, and as I have mentioned prior, sanitation, and ablution facilities. Let me withdraw at that point, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ngolo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think a lot of questions have been asked by honorable members. So my question is on student residences. So I just want to find out from the VC what's the security is like in student residences, and if they've experienced any criminal activities like break-ins or robberies in the student villages or residences, and what measures have they put in place to ensure the safety of students outside campus when they are in student accommodations or residences. And another one is on the shuttle services provided by the university. The SRC has indicated that they have made a request to management to increase buses to transport students, especially those who stay in the off-campus residences. I just want to find out if the management has considered this request and what the response has been to this request. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ngabo, and thank you very much to all honourable members. I know it's always very difficult for us to have the type of time constraints that we have for the work that we need to do. But unfortunately, those are some of the challenges that we live with. It's past 4. We still need to interact or engage with UNISA. They, I think, have been here since 2. So I really want to apologize to any colleagues who feel that they've not had efficient time to express themselves, both, from yourselves, Chair, Labour perhaps, and yourself members. But I think going into this meeting, we were very clear to say that time is something that is against us. So, I beg your patience and indulgence on that. I would like to, at this point, afford the colleagues from Forte the opportunity to respond. I think most of the questions really would have gone to management. But if we do need 5, I could afford, or we should afford maybe 5 minutes to each of the other stakeholders to just comment on anything that you need to comment on, and then give the rest of that time to management. There are a number of issues that have been raised by members that we definitely will not be able to get through today. And so a lot of the questions that speak to detail, to numbers, to plans that the institution has in terms of turning, the tide on certain matters. If colleagues could share those plans with us, detailed plans, not high-level plans, please, because I think much of what is high-level has been mentioned in the presentation itself. So I think members are now seeking greater detail. So I just think VC, on those ones that need the detail, you can just submit to us in writing together with your team. And then we can shoot straight to the more political issues that I think have really, I think we've always been aware of the day-to-day sort of challenges that the institution has. But what really scared us was what looked like political instability, particularly post the administration period. Because if your leadership is not okay, then we're not going to be able to fix all the other issues that where we have plans, we have a framework, we have a strategy, we have all of these things, right? I mean, we knew, for example, that in terms of accommodation, there's work that's being done, and we've given the institution space. We didn't call you every 2 seconds again to come and tell us what you're doing in relation to SHIP. Wherever I am, if someone asks me what's happening in relation to student accommodation at Forte, I can tell them, because you've updated us on that, and we've given you time to go and work on that. And all we would require is continuous updates, which we do get from the department. But I think our greatest concern was, is everybody who has the responsibility of making this institution work safe? Is management safe? Is council safe? Are students safe? Are workers safe? Do workers have space to raise their issues? Do students have space to raise their issues? Because collectively we will continue to do the work that needs to be done to bring this institution to the glory that it is. So at this point, we'll hand over to Labour first. Or let me start with IF first. If there's any closing remarks from yourselves?
Thank you very much. We also get it from Higher Health as a university, and they also assist us when we've got, crisis. They come to assist the university. For example, when we had the MEDA issue, they came and also assist the university in terms of the psycho support. Let me just say, I think from our side as IF, we appreciate that the university, we have got challenges, and these challenges did not happen in a one day. These challenges have accumulated over the years, and we want to appreciate the fact that as much as we are not yet there where we want to be, there are great strides that have been made. We know what is important is that when we do a self-introspection, there were issues and gaps that were given to the university to work on. And I must say, we have got lots of policies that have been developed, lot of standard operating, procedures that have been developed by the university. So, we believe that in the process of growth, Rome was not built in one day, but one step at a time. So we appreciate that, the feedback that you are giving the university, so that when we go back also, we can work as a collective in making our great institution great again as we renew. Thank you.
Thank you very much to colleagues from the IF. Colleagues from Labour.
Thank you, Chair. On our side, I think we got also some few questions that we received here. I think the first one was of the platforms that we said that as Labour, we don't have platforms to engage with management except the bargaining unit. So I believe that the VC touched that part to say that the agreement was just concluded within a short period of time for the very first time at Forte. So it's not like we say that because we are in the bargain unit, and now we take a bargain unit as a matter of other engagements, because some other things, they don't belong in the bargain unit. We have to have some forums, like management forums, which are not there. Yes, the second question was, in what way are we seeking an involvement in projects? Yes, I think to that question, yes, we are more like, I think it would be more like what UCT was raising when they talked about their not involvement in SCMs, but that's not what we are saying. What we're saying, we say that we want that communication and that engagement with management so that we know of what major projects or whatever future plans are for Forte, that we might know, a first-hand knowledge with that. So we pull together, because at the end we work hand in hand, the workers and the management. On the part of the safety, when we say that the workers are not feeling safe, we are not saying that there are no wellness programs. There are wellness programs, and those programs, they assist a lot. But when something of a matter happens in an institution, it's very, it's a big thing. Wellness will still be afraid because we do not know who else. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to colleagues from Labour. Can I then hand over to students?
Thank you, Chair. The questions that have been raised around exclusion, special exam, and the low rate of the intake of postgraduate. The reason why we highlighted the issue of exclusion and special exam, it was because we have identified as the SRC that there's a gap between the institution and students when it comes to their awareness on when do you get excluded and when do you qualify for a special exam. To such an extent that as a SRC, we did have a program that we named it as Academic Exclusion Awareness, where we called all the faculties to come and read out the prospectus and the university rules to the students so that they are aware that how many credits do you need to qualify for the next year so that you don't get excluded, and what qualifies you to be granted a special exam. And also we had concerns around the issue of the slow intake of the postgrads. When I was applying for my master's this year, it was a hard journey. It took me about 2 months for my status to change. So we have raised that issue. Even Dr. Koyan raised it in the Senate that she's not happy about the turnout of the number of postgrads. And I think that is caused by the low rate of the response of the institution in the applications of postgrads, because they respond very late. The number of students that have been defunded so far, it's 1,046 students. The issues of accommodation, it's 1,046. The issue of accommodation, yes, we have raised issues of accommodation that are not in good state, but we did highlight that they were negatively affected by the hailstorm that happened in 2021, and there was a low response from the insurance company that was supposed to do the renovations. In terms of the council representation of the unions, I don't want to lie, I'm not sure, but there is Mr. D. Pepe there, who is always introduced as a non-academic staff and a union rep. So I'm not sure whether he represents them or what, but I know that there's someone in the council who is there representing unions. And then with regards to the MTT report, yes, we did receive the MTT report, but from the side of us, we felt like it was just a by-the-way thing, because we were given a report in the morning and we were told that we're supposed to make comments and submit it in 2 days, of which we found it very unfair for us, because it's a huge document and it needed us to go and consult with our constituency, have our inputs. So it really didn't serve the purpose. In terms of community outreach programs, we do have community outreach programs. For example, in June 16, we took crops from the agriculture faculty and we donated to the old age homes at Alice, and we are currently now working with student affairs, collecting clothes and food so that we donate to orphanages home around East London. So I think that is it from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much to colleagues from the SRC. At this point, I'd like to hand over to you, the Chair of Council, as well as the Vice Chancellor. It is now 16:51 and we have 15 minutes for your response.
Start first and then I'll wrap up.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the honourable members for the comments, observations, and questions. It's quite a number of questions, and we may not be able to do justice to them all. But there was, let me start with a very quick one, the non-residence capping of fees. I think the capping is at 45,000, and for us in Alice, the lowest bed is charged at 28,420. The highest is at 42,420. That's Alice. And then in East London, the lowest is at 35, and the highest is at 42,000 flat. So that's that. So we kind of sailing below this one, the danger zone here. Okay, I would have really loved to discuss all of these issues. ECD building. Somebody raised that early childhood development building. It's a building that that was going up, and then suddenly in 2017, early 2017, the contractor went bankrupt. And so there was a whole kind of standoff around that building. That project is now back on track, and the CFO might want to tell us how much is the new contract. But the time frame, I think, is 12 months from now, and the building will be finished and so on. So I'm kind of walking through this very quickly. The question about the FAPE qualification, somebody asked the question, who are these people, how many? What I can say with absolute certainty is that we as Senate have deregistered 17 people, 17 students. 17 students, and that's students over the last recent while. And those students are deregistered in the main because they were irregularly registered. They did not meet the requirements for the qualification for which they were recorded. But I should add that independently, the SIU has identified people from going back to 2005, which is before our time. And so that's where we said to them, listen, let's join forces. Then you're investigating from that end, we investigate. So we combine forces. So we cannot therefore comment on those ones because those are people that they unearthed from the system. And that's where the kind of RPL issue also comes up quite a lot. Who are these people? And all I'll say is that mostly mature students. Mostly mature students. Eh?
What does that mean?
Mature students, no, these are
Okay, could we continue?
okay, these are, rather could I say they're grown up, like
family,
yeah.
family.
Yeah. Not first years, not undergrads. No, these are serious.
Working.
Yeah, working. Yeah, people who are working.
Mm.
Yes. There was a question about where.
No, not here.
Yeah, not here. There was a question about the remaining. If we say we're accommodating about 6,000 students in Alice out of a total enrollment of 9,000, where do the 3,000 live? They live all over the place. They rent a house here, they rent a room there, and so on and so forth. And Alice being what it is, things are they don't fit neatly into this kind of accredited kind of venues or residences that we know, for example, in East London. So it's a very difficult one there, and it will continue to be. But at least we're happy that we've kind of increased the quantum of students that can be housed in residence, because it also improves the safety, the access to safe spaces, and also the proximity to learning spaces. There was a question about the SIU, and specifically about the case of Mr. Mabuyane. I'm not going to discuss Mr. Mabuyane per se. All I will say is that case is now in the hands of the SIU, and then that he challenged the SIU, the jurisdiction of the SIU, and he got a what do you call it? you got an interdict against the SIU. I do know that the SIU is is remedying that situation on its part, following what the judge recommended, namely go and amend the proclamation. So I cannot say where they are with that process, but that's most likely what's going to happen. So basically, amending means go back to Minister of Justice and ultimately to the President to sign the amendment. So that's that. But more importantly, what proportion of SIU work has been done now, and what proportion still remains, and when is the end point? What I know, we've got a letter recently, very recently, as recent as maybe late last week, that by the end of October, the SIU will issue, by the end of October. So that's that. And then in terms of the timelines agreed, the SIU will complete its work in April 2024. April 2024. Now, the one thing where there's been a considerable confusion is that the SIU does not report to us. They do not report to us. They'll probably do us a courtesy by showing us the interim report, but they don't report to us day to day, and it's not part of their job, and we are very clear about that as well. They report to the President. They might, as I say, show us the draft or kind of highlights of their interim report. Okay, I've addressed these. I'm moving very quickly now. The issue of direct payment, students that are involved, I think what the SRC President has addressed is the question of students who have been defunded. I think that's what you're talking about. There are students still not onboarded, who qualify but not onboarded, which means those students would not be getting their allowances. And that's the issue. So that's how the SRC and the Student Affairs, our Student Affairs Department, stepped in with food parcels and all of that. Just to bridge that gap. We also realized then that some of the students will not be able to come to classes for all sorts of reasons, so we reverted back to online learning. I should also add that since COVID in 2020, we've been out of pocket, giving students out of pocket data so that they can do, no one is disadvantaged by online learning. So that's the one intervention that we have as well. Okay, I'll move very fast. Look, the question about NSFAS being invited here, I think they will speak for themselves. Security project plan, please. I'll leave that one. I want to move very fast and go to Honourable Desae's bundle of questions, because there's very substantial things there. Just to say that the issues that he's raised were put to us, Council this time, and we sit on Council. They were put to Council on the 20th of June, as you know, in its fullest, in their fullest form. And then there was a discussion with Council in that room. When we left that room, the tone had changed. The tone had changed. There's certain things that were pointed out, okay? But what the minister did, he gave us homework to come back with written replies to the issues. And we've since submitted to the minister and the department a set of replies, 38 questions altogether, 38 questions, so it's quite a document. And I don't think there are any protocols that would be breached by us sharing those responses with the committee, because they cover in considerable detail what Honourable Desae is raising here. So that's how I will kind of leave it, because I think those are very important matters, and they're very. I think that we're grappling with the issues of correspondence to the minister by President of Convocation and by the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee. There's a debate right now in Council, and I think there's going to be, that matter is going to be on the agenda. Maybe the chairperson of Council will comment on that. The independent assessors thing, it's very important. I'm glad that we kind of remember that. There were 3 stages with the independent assessors. The first stage was the report of the independent assessors, which contained their recommendations, as you put it accurately. The second stage was then handover of the recommendations to the administrator. That second stage. The administrator then proposed to the minister what recommendations should be accepted and what recommendations would be onerous. Let's put it that way, or would be duplications. So when we went to the minister, I was present with the administrator, but with the independent assessors to present to the minister. It was then agreed, and there should be a document to this effect, where the minister then said, I accept, I accept, I accept, this one is not necessary, I accept, I accept. So the thing about scrutiny, and I remember this from Professor Nunga saying, there was a structure that was proposed even, says if you do that, then you're running a risk of duplicating that with the work of the new council. And that therefore, let's leave that to the council and let that oversight and the scrutiny that you're talking about be done through council. That's what I remember about that. Look, I do not know, but I cannot remember all students that were charged or suspended since February. I don't remember. The students I know that were discharged, that were charged and suspended, are students who tried to torch the sports complex. That one I remember vividly. This was in June. There are 13 of them. In fact, they were caught red-handed because they locked themselves in a room and they were found, all of them, there. So that much I know. These ones may have been suspended either by the SRC itself or by some other body, but something that I'm not very, very familiar with. Just two things, Honourable Aditya. I gave the TB Davy lecture at UCT last week, and I raised issues in my personal capacity based on my experience and observations. That's the first thing that's important. And secondly, there's a chance that some of it was misread. And it's in writing. If the paper is in writing, it's written up, that is. There's no way to say we don't want to account. On the contrary, I think I underlined the fact that we have a duty to account. It's taxpayers' money. And I wasn't talking about accounting to, I didn't even mention the portfolio committee in relation to we don't want to account to the portfolio committee. And I wasn't talking about, there's accounting responsibilities that we have. Mid-year, there's lots of accounting we have to do. End of the year, there's a lot of accounting we have to do. And then in between. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just administrative things. I could cite now, there's a survey that's being done now under the auspices of USAF, for example. They want this information and they want it by next week. It's those kinds of things that one is talking about. And it does place a burden. They also, I need to respond to the question of these companies, these Norako and all of these, the 4 companies. No. In fact, we're very happy to be rid of the function of the administration. We're very happy because it meant that we had to employ additional staff just to sit in that office. The problem is that there was no planning. Norako landed at Forte around the 14th of July, whereas they should have started paying the allowances on the 1st of July. So there was no planning. What it does, the students get angry with us. That's the one thing. That's that. As for the function, it will, if done properly, it would help reduce the administrative load in our finance department. And we had fine-tuned it down to the finest details. We knew by the 1st of the month, allowances must be in, and it was working like clockwork. And that rhythm was disrupted. That's all that there is to it. Again, I just want to assure Honourable Ditsia and members and Honourable Chair, the question of accountability is very clear. I've worked in the university, I've worked in other universities. The question of accountability has never been at issue. It's never been a question. The question is, I tell you, there's a lot of administration. There's a lot of administration, and it's got nothing to do with today. I sit and look at the archives, in our archives, and look at what the VC did in their time, the old VCs in the 1950s, 60s. They did a fraction of what we do today. They did an absolute fraction. and they had very tiny staffs in their office. What we've done now, we've kind of been forced to balloon and balloon and balloon. That's what it is about, and it needs to be appreciated as such. And so, and a lot of it is for good reason, but it doesn't mean we can't raise it as an issue. And so, that really is my issue. But the TB David lecture, I'm trying to raise it a public debate. And let's have it as a public debate. Let it not be seen as an attack on this or the other institution, this or the other person. No, let's face it. It's a question of historical, and I trace it historically. I'll share the paper if the members of the committee are interested. Then they can read it closer, because what was reported in the media was but a kind of summary of the issues. So that's that. So there was a question about why are certain people, and I think Honorable Yabo raised this question, why are certain people targeted? Frankly, look, it's people who sit at certain strategic positions and who seem to be obstacles to certain projects by people. Sometimes people sitting outside the institution. Here's a case, especially the issue of student accommodation, but I'm not saying it is. When it's, I don't know what I'm saying. No, on a serious note, on a serious note, what I'm making an example, but I don't want it to be read literally. In East London. Yeah, I'm fine. This can go. In East London, we have, the place is saturated with available staff accommodation spaces. It's saturated because all the old hotels were bought up. All the old students. All the old hotels, old age homes and so on were bought and converted. Now people are trying to get students inside. So when somebody doesn't get students, doesn't get a tender, they get angry, they get upset with us, and then they personalize it around this or that with the other person. And those are some of the issues that we should, and being there, as a matter of fact, and I think I'm going to end it here. I'll talk about the safety and shuttle service. I think it would help if the next interaction, I'm not imposing, just if the next interaction was actually in Alice, like we did in 2017 with the committee, we did a walkabout, and then I think we did a walkabout in East London too, so that people can see. And see not only what the good that we do, but the challenges that we face. I'm just throwing that as a suggestion, because some of the issues and some of the questions would be dispelled very quickly. The question of safety in student residences. I'll come to the surveillance one, but it's in the council report. Now that one is there. It's unanswered. The question of safety of students in residences. I need to just address this one because I think Honorable Noble raised that issue. One, we have beefed up by introducing how many 50 something, 57 security, just to make sure that there's greater coverage. Remember, we've added the new student village, so we needed more security personnel there. So that's one of the things. But we also fight it by consciousness building, because attacks don't always come from outside. They sometimes come from within, GBV and other things. Yeah. So, and then of course, shuttle service. We've bought some buses and we're still buying some more for the shuttle service. But I just need to caution that the shuttles are not to take people to private residences. They're to take students in East London to their far-flung residential building that we lease, or to take students from an event in Alice to East London and vice versa, or to take them to sports events and so on and so forth. So for me, those are the issues. And of course, time is very short and I'm very mindful of it, but I would have loved my colleagues, the CFO, at least to come in.
Yeah. Where's the CFO? Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, Honorable MPs, thank you, VC, for the opportunity. I'll just touch on one or two values which have been requested, and most of the details we're going to send separately as requested. There's one that the VC requested. The contract value of the ECD is 46 million rand, and that has been approved by our council in terms of our delegation of authority. I know there was a mention of also the student debt. I would love to give those details in writing, but I know on top of my head our student debt for the university at the end of 30 June 2023, we were sitting at above 1.5 billion. I think that's a staggering number. We are looking at various initiatives to recover those funds to enable the financial sustainability of the university. One of the initiatives is that we now have an approved debt management policy that was approved by Council in June 2022. We are busy now implementing that approved policy. One of the interventions is to actively follow up with the students owing us. Most of them have even left the institution. We are now partnering with 3 debt management companies to assist us to collect those funds. One of the key components giving rise to this huge debt is the financial concessions that we give to our students. As we are aware that our students are from very poor backgrounds, so during the registration periods, the Management Executive Committee, they have ways of assisting the students. And this in a way leads to the accumulation of the debt. But as I'm saying, we are working hard to recover the debt from the students. I think those are the figures I can mention for now, and all the other numbers we are going to send to the committee through a proper written document. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I take it these are my concluding remarks. Yes, all tired. Yes. Yes, as academics now, and you always faced now with the problem of titles when you write things. And in writing the report, on this afternoon, Mr. Yabo, Honorable Member, gave me a title or subtitle, ballroom dance and boxing dynamics. So that's, yeah, I think it's going to be a catchy title. Because, that's what this afternoon has been. Yeah. Yes. Now, there have been very, very positive response that are very encouraging. And, but then there have been the boxing side of things. But for me, that's very encouraging. Because now, if you want to learn anything, the best teacher is the person who criticizes you. Mm-hmm. And that's the attitude now I'm taking about this. Now, I'm not going to fight with people. I'm not going to be defensive, but I'm going to absorb what has been said. But I'm also going to be insistent on people producing evidence, people substantiating their claims. We are a council of an academic institution, and this institution has got set rules, and key amongst these rules is the principle of being reasonable. And what that means is that you can't just make claims without substantiating them with evidence that is testable. So this is my attitude. And secondly, once again, I like listening. And I listened to our deputy chairperson, deputy director of institutional transformation. And she might say something now. She might not realize now how powerful that was. That Rome was not built in a day. When I entered this council, I'm chairperson of council from June this year, just about a month, maybe 2 months. But I've been a member of this council since its inception, which was end of 2020. And when I started, read the reports and so on, I said, wow, this is an elephant. And then the minute that came to my mind, I remembered what Desmond Tutu, the late bishop, used to say about eating an elephant, a bite at a time. Now, we have an advantage now of a sort of a council now that is set for over 2 years, almost 3 years. And that gives us an opportunity to go back and reflect. If we were to look at the elephant that confronted us at the end of 2020, and we look at where we are now, I don't have any reason whatsoever to think that there is political instability at Forte, to think that the situation there is fragile, right? So that's one thing now, and I would like to say. Of course, the other thing is that I wouldn't be naive. I wouldn't be naive and say that look, let us just tick the parts that make us happy. I would go so far as to say that we are aware of certain challenges that face us. And this interaction this afternoon helped us gain a deeper insight of the road ahead. We are going to absorb this, and we are going to do something about it. Just want, as I promised to be very brief, 2 minutes. My last minute, I want to devote to one thing, which is a development that happened, the first meeting that I presided over, which was a governance workshop. We had no issues where we couldn't, sort of finish an agenda within the time prescribed and so on. And what became clear there was that we were probably not in agreement about what we often called the rules of engagement. So the workshop that we had last month,
2 weeks ago.
is it 2 weeks ago? Yeah. That's recent. The workshop that we had offered us an opportunity to go back to these rules of engagement. The first step was to find out what rules were in place. And we did research, the RED helped us, did research, looked at the law, looked at our policies and all those things, and came up with sort of a document, 2-page document, that gave us an idea of what was in place. But when we looked at what was in place, we discovered that that document, in fact, the documents that we have need to be revised and improved upon. And we agreed that at the end of that exercise, we will produce a handbook, our handbook that will guide us as to how we should engage with each other. That is something that's very, very positive. There are a couple of issues that came up during that workshop, and that will inform the document that you are developing. One of these, which worries, is the ease that some council members have of writing minister without consulting us. The letters that the minister told us about that had gone to him by members of council, we had never seen them, let alone discussed them. That's worrying. And this is one of the things I'm sure to address for as long as I'm chairing this council. It's going to be one of the items that's going to be, on our agenda in our 3rd council meeting in 2 weeks or 3 weeks' time. And there's another issue that I think we need to address. And this is the issue of the relationship between council and management. And it boils down to one thing, right? This relationship. It's a dialectical relationship. Those of us know who still use that language. It's a dialectical relationship between governing, administration, and oversight. And I know, I'm trained in philosophy. It's not an easy thing not to resolve, but it's something that we have to debate and discuss all the time. And this is one of the things that I think will be high on my agenda. The last point I want to raise, Chairperson and colleagues, members of the committee, is that I would like to extend an invitation to you to go to Alice, to meet us there. And then, and I'm sure after that, we'll be dancing instead of boxing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll provide.
No.
Thank you very much to...
Even the murderers, I mean, they'll be dancing with us.
We don't want them dancing with us. They must be in prison.
Who?
The murderers.
That's true.
Yeah. Thank you very much to colleagues from Forte. DG, I'm going to hand over to you once I've made a few reflections. Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Prof. Ntsebeza, that in this climate, it's very brave of you to commit yourself to being at Forte. And we want to appreciate people like yourself who are committing themselves to fixing our country. I want to acknowledge the remark by the VC that there haven't been student protests since 2020. I just hope that that is not as a consequence of fear or intimidation or anything like that. That it's a consequence of increased stakeholder management and coordination. Because we will always welcome various ways of exercising our democracy, including protest action, but we all know our responsibilities in ensuring that whilst we exercise our rights, we don't hinder on the rights of others and we don't disrupt that of which we have built. On the issues of security, safety and security, definitely I think we all agree in this room that we cannot afford as a sector to be spending so much money on security. And therefore, for me, DG, the work that the Minister of Police is doing with the National Task Team and the investigations that are taking place are very important. Already we've seen results of that work, but we need to also have a, I don't know what to call it, a reintegration plan, so working towards a normal institution. At what point, informed by the work that the Minister of Police is doing, informed by whatever other investigations are taking place, at what point do we say, hey, we no longer need 30 bodyguards, we now need 25, we now need 20, we actually now just need CPF. We need to have that plan, because it's a plan that also is accompanied by financing. So for us, I think it would be important that, and I think we should put a time frame on this, but perhaps at the end of this year, Anele, we should have received a report from Forte on some sort of plan that speaks to a campus that is demilitarized. And if the report comes back and says, according to what the the police are saying, or the National Task Team is saying, we actually still need the 30, then that's it. But like Prof. Nzebeza was saying, it's based on evidence. It's based on facts. It's based on something that we've been told and not feeling. So that's one resolution that I think we should put forth coming out of this meeting. I think I've been covered on the issue of who's dealing with the matured people whose qualifications we're questioning. I think it's clear that it's the SIU, because slide 23 was saying that others have been excluded or deregistered. So I'm assuming those are the ones you are able to deal with as the institution through your Office of the Registrar and so forth. Welcome the interventions of the CPF, and one would like to have a briefing in writing to explain what that looks like. Are we using students? Are we coordinating with the wards that the institution falls within? How are we doing that? What does that look like? Because the one problem in our sector, we like to speak of things that we supposedly are doing, you know, because we've ideated, because we've theorized it, because we've conceptualized it, we say we are doing it. And that's not necessarily true. We're only doing something whilst we can touch and feel it, or touch and see it. The issue of the clean audit, we want to welcome that, as Honorable Yabo had said. And if colleagues could share the reports that support that with us. Of course, we are aware of some of the information that you aren't able to share at this point in time because of work that the SIU is also doing, and quite a lot. But if you are able to share that, please do share that. We are meeting with NSFAS next week, so we are hoping to also get a briefing. We are just as concerned as yourselves. The idea of direct payments is not misplaced. It was needed. There's a reason why we got there, and I think all of us know why. It is just the implementation thereof and the planning for it that has not gone as NSFAS had intended to, and now the sector is just not coping. But that's why we need to meet with them. I think we need to make sure that in all the work we're doing, and it seems as though VC, you and management have a fairly okay relationship with the SRC. I hope I'm not misunderstanding your perspective, President and SG, but it seems as though things are okay. I get a thumbs up there, but I don't think that's the same with workers. And you need to work on that, not only from maybe the presentations or the reflections that have come from colleagues who are in the room, but we get a lot of reports from your labor VC. It's alarming. It's an area that we really think you need to work on as management and as council. It's not good. People are scared. People did not come because they are scared. People was trying to send their national leadership because they were scared. We put in measures, systems, to say people can take oaths, but I do think when you started saying, I also don't know, towards the end, I felt like IVC also needs to have been sworn in, you know. But yes, people are not comfortable with VC, and that is something we need to work on. We don't know, you know, some of these investigations, DG, maybe they might assist us. Are these allegations, are these him just to create, I don't know, instability at the institution? Was it really happening? And this is the evidence that the Prof is speaking about, and we need it. We need it so that we are able to know for sure what is happening at the institution. But the fact that we are hearing of such, right now we'll say they are allegations, is extremely alarming. And it's just unfortunate that some of the people who have shared this with the committee in writing, in various formats, are not in the meeting today. We don't know them ourselves. We know them via email, asbaz, you know. Yeah, so that's something that we need to really work on. I would like for us to also get a breakdown of the infrastructure development projects at the institution, a spreadsheet. So we have project A, this is when it was supposed to start, this is how much we allocated to it, this is how much we've used thus far, we are over budget, under budget, we think we'll be done by this date, and. If we're delayed, why are we delayed, and so forth. Also, this is important because if there are, like you say, VC, that there are people who stifle progress at the institution for their own objectives and their own interests. One of the cookie jar is biggest there by infrastructure. And if people are stifling our infrastructure development, that has a direct impact on us being able to support our teaching and learning program. We aren't able to work on maintaining our lecture halls, our workshops, our accommodation. We aren't able to complete a job on fencing. We aren't able to, and so the list goes on. We can't finish accommodation. A student is now staying further away from campus than they should. They are now prone to being vulnerable to gender-based violence as they walk back from campus. And the impact of infrastructure for the higher education sector is massive. It goes beyond the teaching and learning project. It goes to the whole, health and safety of a student. So we really need to, in that spreadsheet where you say there has been a delay and you say why there's been that delay, that needs to robe into the work that this National Task Team on Police is doing. We will await the report on the questions that Honorable Litia asked, and we hope that that report will form part of because there are questions you've not responded to, which you could have responded to, but due to time you've not been able to respond to. We still would like those responses within the next 7 working days. Shame, I know you also have something to give to yourself. We apologize, colleagues. It is the nature of how the accountability ecosystem works. So please, that report that has the questions, that covers many of the questions Honorable Litia asked, please also add that to what you'll be sending to us in the next 7 working days. Yeah, I think I've covered most of what I am summarizing to be our engagements. I want to close off, colleagues, by really wanting to echo what the AG always speaks about when they speak of the accountability ecosystem, DG. We need to all play our part. SRC, you govern the institution, so you do have some executive powers because you do projects but you also hold management to account, right? Labor, you yourselves, every day you work and you contribute to the functionality of the institution, but you also have the right to hold others in the institution to account. IF the same, council the same, department the same, and us. Honorable King asked to interact with Forte February, March, right in the beginning, Feb. And DG, we said, but let's let the department go first. Let's let council see what's going on. And that's just appreciating the fact that we all must play our parts. We can't always jump before, DG doesn't even know what's happening, and then there's Parliament, we are there. It's just to respect, the processes. Students sometimes will complain, come straight to you, Chair. Ideally, they should have gone to VC first. Not to say that they can't come to you, they can, but this is the one who must give you what you want in the immediate. Only when he's not listening do you say, but this person is not listening to us. Then you go to Chair. If you feel like the institution is not listening to you, then you go to the department. If you feel like they're not doing anything, then you come to us. We all have a role to play in this accountability ecosystem, and it's important for us to respect that. VC, you've clarified that you are merely sparking debate. But there is a feeling that it's hard to cooperatively govern with the institution. There is that sentiment. And we need to get to the crux of why that there is that feeling, right? And let's address it. Allow for the department to play its role. Department afford the institution space to also do what it has to do. Nathi, we've given you space. Ngabe kudala sesukubizile VC. But yeah, a lot of things have happened. But we've trusted that the department whose role is to play direct oversight over the institution is doing its part, and we've merely but asked them to account to us. And so I'd like us to all appreciate the different roles that we need to play in this accountability ecosystem. We will dance, we will box each other. That seems to be the theme of today. And we really did box and dance, because there were some positives that came from members, and there were some great concerns. And I think for me that just indicates the objectiveness and the unbiased nature of this portfolio committee. And so you can go tell all of those people out there who say the committees, however, that no, you're lying. We have engaged with the committee, and truly theirs is to build this country. So I'd like to, I know DG, you feel like you should not be speaking after I said what I've just said, but I do want you to just add one or two points, and then we can call in UNISA. Thanks, DG.
You're quite correct, Chair. I think that your closing remarks just make it difficult because not only because it's the chair, but because of the substance of your input. I think it's authoritative, and it's clear, and it's the most needed at this point in time. So you'll forgive me if I make reference to issues that you've already concluded on. The purpose is to make sure that there aren't any other outstanding issues after such an important meeting that we've had today. I take this opportunity to recognize honorable members of this portfolio committee who very clearly, dug very deep, going back to reports of of the administrator and the independent assessor, to dealing with issues that are current at the institution, and I think that assisted us to cover all the key issues. Allow me to make a few observations. The first one, Chair, is that first I wish to confirm that the university has made submissions of the turnaround plans in terms of the agreement between council and the minister. And most of the issues which members of parliament have raised today, they are covered in the response of the university. I think it's important to credit the council for having ensured that those biannual reports, which are submitted to the minister in terms of the special measures as recommended by the independent assessor's report, this is being done, Chair, and reports are received by the department, and we have to acknowledge this, but we must also say this is also an indication that as a department, particularly our minister, we are prepared to work with our institutions. the reason why we agreed on the turnaround plan was because of two reasons. One was that we did not want the blurring, of governance responsibilities. At a time when we had a new council, but at the same time we had an oversight team that needed to report. And we agreed that instead of this, duality, we needed to reduce this to a turnaround plan, which is annually reported upon by the university. And I think it's important, and our teams work with the universities. There are matters which, at my own time, I will raise with the institution and not here. There are issues which the minister will raise at his own time when that is necessary. But what is important to me is, notwithstanding the fact that we confirm that most of the issues raised by honorable members have been reported upon, but it's one thing to respond, but it's another to actually respond to the issues that are being raised. I'll make an example. The correspondence received from the convocation president, which was referred to earlier on as it could have been a correspondence that did not go via the channels that it needed to go, but it did. It was received by the minister, and the minister did alert the council of receipt of such correspondence, and subsequently the responses would have been brought back to the department through the as referenced here in earlier. So if you look carefully at what they are saying, and I'll cite just one issue. Allegedly, failure to effectively engage the alumni community in addressing the fraudulent admissions and qualifications scandal. Now, if you take just that one issue, it's much more about also, amongst other issues, brand management. Because notwithstanding the fact that you've responded to the minister and we've dealt with these issues, but out there in the public, there remains this issue unresolved and not having been dealt with. And at the end of the day, it's important that all of us work together towards ensuring that these matters are cleared. They're not just dealt with in the boardroom, but they are eliminated once we are satisfied that they have been sufficiently dealt with by the relevant parties. And I think this is really, really important. I'm very happy today because the circumstances at which I met for the first time the Vice Chancellor and the Chair of Council. It was difficult times at the university after the loss of the bodyguard of the VC. And those were really tough times. And I think it's good to see today that the leadership have taken responsibility. And it's clear in the presentation that has been made by both the VC and the closing comments by the Chair of Council. In the closing remarks of the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, she speaks about the ecosystem and the responsibilities of various stakeholders. And I think this is really important. And I will highlight the role of the minister in terms of the Higher Education Act and say the minister is the minister, responsible for oversight of this sector by law and by the confidence of the people of South Africa, who would have decided that who they wanted to represent them as their public representatives. I think at some point it's important to afford the minister courtesy of his responsibility as the Minister of Higher Education in the Republic of South Africa. I don't believe that the manner in which either the VC and Council manage the issue of the security issues at the institution completely fit in this relationship that I have painted, which is in the conclusion of the chair of the portfolio committee. I'm happy that we have dealt with this matter, Chair, and at other forums at which we have met. And I will make a reference to the meeting between us and our president. The minister reports to the president. And if any matter in the sector has got to be elevated to the presidency, even if the minister is not relevant in helping to finalize and decide on the issue, I think many people will agree with me that just courtesy to the minister is adequate. I think if I had the time, I would really elaborate on this issue. But I know that I will have the time. And I think it's important not necessarily for the minister, and I'm not looking at the VC, Buhlungu. I'm looking at the chair he's sitting on. The department must respect him. Whether we like him or not, we must respect the seat, the chair that he's sitting on. Same applies to the chair of council and other members of council. The same, if that is true, then I think we can agree that the minister also deserves that kind of courtesy. And not only the minister, anybody else, by the way, including members of the public, and anyone else who has any responsibility in their portfolios. And I think it's important in terms of how we understand the ecosystem of oversight in the system that we are responsible for. I think that matter to me is important. And I think it's not important in terms of the one person, the minister. But it's important because we do not want to send any message out there, particularly, if you take into account that the subsystem that we are responsible of higher education in South Africa is an important subsystem. With 26 universities, almost 12 to 13 of those universities, and I do not support any ranking of institutions, but there are more than 13 institutions that are ranked amongst the best institutions in the world by many ranking agencies out there, notwithstanding my own issue with rankings. But it's important that we do not attack our system to a point where those looking at our system from various agencies that are important role players outside of our country begin to think that we are running a banana republic. A government that just at slightest provocation just goes to any universities and interfere with governance. I think anyone who makes that point, we will defend their right to make the point, but we will beg to differ because we don't believe that our government operates that way, particularly any incumbent on the portfolio of the Minister of Education that I know of, and I've been in this government for more than 37 years, and I can assure you that it never happened. The Minister of Higher Education in South Africa established this department, is the first chair of the portfolio committee for the Department of Education. Almost half the policies that run education today went through him as a first chair of the Portfolio Committee in Education in the Democratic South Africa. You like him or you don't like him, he is the minister. And it's important that we afford him that respect in the manner in which I think if you also understand how the minister works, you will know that you can differ with him and that is never going to be an issue. Because he understands that this sector is a sector that is different to any other government department. We're about knowledge production. We are about protection of independent voices, of our scholars and so forth. So I think it's important that I say so. I'm not so sure. I have had the opportunity, Chair, in my visit to the institution to speak to various stakeholders. And I'm not so sure if the SRC currently is the product of recent elections or they are sitting in the middle of elections of the previous SRC or towards the other. I'm not sure about the transition, but I'm impressed by the voices. First, I'm impressed that they are led by women, and I think that can't be ignored in the type of a department that has a minister who has just launched the Mentalities program, which is the most imaginative program that drives the issues around women empowerment in the world. And I think it's important that we see this at Forte. So I'm encouraged by the issues that they've tabled. Allow me to make one observation, which is my last comment about the union representation, because this also appeared earlier on in the conversation with the university, with UCT. I think what our council need to recognize about our trade unions is that they represent a very important constituency in our country. I don't think that the manner in which we are attending to issues of representation of unions is correct. I think if you understand that what confronts our country right now, in as much as we have overcome racism that characterizes policies of the past, but the issues of class are really, really key. And you can only hope as any council of any institution that you understand the voices of the underdog by ensuring that representatives of the poor and the working class are taken seriously in the structures of governance of our institution. And I think this is not necessarily, and it would be unfair to now raise this issue on Forte. This is an issue that I must raise with almost all our universities, because this is the issue. I think it's important that we work together in this regard. In most occasions that I've had to interact with the University of Forte, I'm encouraged by the positive spirit and the attitude and the posture, of most representatives, whether they're in management positions or members of council. I take this opportunity as I conclude, Chair, to congratulate the new chair of council of this university, and I assure you, Advocate Sabens, that Professor, I can assure you that you will have our support. Not because of the jacket you are wearing, but because you have served in this council from its inception, and you know the dynamics of this council, and in my mind you have a lot to offer. In this regard, you have our support, and I can assure you that you will have the support of our minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. When I sit in particularly DSI meetings, I get so nervous because, oh, doctor, no prof, no banbani, and then you don't call the one doctor, you call him a mister, then he's upset. So I always run away and I make a disclaimer right at the beginning of the meeting to say everyone is Mr. and Miss, so that I don't get in trouble. But thank you so much, DG, for those remarks. I want to just go back to one matter and shame poor UNISA. They really probably think we don't like them, but this is the nature of our work. A lot of people think members of parliament don't work. Well, those who have been following us from 9 a.m. On YouTube and Facebook and all the platforms, we are now at 6 and we still have one more institution that we need to interact with. And to say also to colleagues, the parliamentary program is so stringent. It really doesn't afford us the time that we need to do all the oversight we want to do. Just this term, we had Fridays as committee days. They've all been removed. All the Fridays, so it's 4 Fridays. And our Fridays are days where we usually focus on DSI. They've all been removed for plenary. Now, we have to try and squeeze in all sorts of ways. And also you can't say to the programming committee that plenary is not important, because that's where we adopt the reports of all the work that we've been doing. So the parliamentary program is very stringent and does not afford us a sufficient time to do the work that we need to do. Hence, we're trying to do as much as we're doing today. We want to firstly acknowledge that the leaked documents, it would have been better if the article came out now, because that is when it's now public. These documents are now public. So we really cannot account for how that document has already informed an article that came out last night, I think 20 hours ago. That's what the article said. Those documents would have been sent to members, would have been sent to the committee secretariat, then to members, and also shared with the department. And that's as far as the trail goes. So we really cannot account beyond that. Colleagues, we can't be asking institutions of higher learning how their documents for meetings leak, yet for our meetings the documents leak. It just looks wrong. What's the word for it? Disingenuous, hypocritical. There we go. Yeah, même chose. En français on dit même chose. In French we say it's the same. So we really, it's really unfortunate that is what has happened. We want to commit to visiting Forte, but say for as much as our parliamentary program allows. We once got in huge trouble with the former chair of MUT, Morelane, for not going to MUT, and it was because there was COVID and a whole lot of things happened, and that's why we couldn't go. So I have to say that we do commit to going or to coming for as much as or for as long as the parliamentary program allows. We will expect from yourselves by the end of this year your demilitarization plan of the institution. We will expect from yourselves within 7 working days, the different responses and the different reports that we've asked for. And most importantly, we will expect from all of us in this room commitment towards strengthening the accountability ecosystem in ensuring that the core mandate of the work that our sector and its institutions have to do is done. With that being said, I wish you safe travels back home, and thank you very much for coming to our meeting. Colleagues, we will now take a 15-minute break and then be back at 15:15 to meet with UNISA.